Okay, I would like to call to order this work session of the Forest Grove City Council at 5:30. The topic of the 5:30 work session is Building Improvement Program. We have three counselors on Zoom: Counselor Valenzuela, Council President Gustafson, Counselor Ewing. Counselor Marshall is absent, and Counselor Rippey, Counselor Martinez, and Mayor Wenzel are present, and along with various staff members. Okay, go ahead, Miles.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. Next slide, please. I'm here to present a building improvement grant program to the agency for review. It comes from the Urban Renewal Agency goals, goal number 3 and goal number 4, and it also seeks to meet council goal, planning an inclusive and sustainable community. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the grant program is to have a transformative impact on the city, leading to economic growth, improved urban aesthetics, increased property value, and enhanced livability for residents, visitors, and businesses alike. Next slide, please. A little history. The Building Improvement Grant Program is outlined in the Urban Renewal Plan. The Urban Renewal Agency paid off the debt from the Jesse Quinn in December of 2023. So we don't have any debt that we're carrying now. The Urban Renewal Agency Board held a work session on October 9th, 2023, where an outline of the Building Improvement Grant Program was presented. The board referred the program to the Economic Development Commission for review, and I presented to the EDC on January 11th, and they came to a consensus and recommended that the Urban Renewal Agency adopt the program. It's just a map to refresh your memories on where the urban renewal zone is. So under the program, there's 2 grants that are being proposed: a design grant of up to $5,000 and a building improvement matching grant of up to $95,000. The design grant would be used for different design services like interior design, architectural services, engineering services. There's no match required, and the building owner or a tenant can apply. And this program is really intended to prepare projects for the application for the Building Improvement Matching Grant Program. The Building Improvement Matching Grant Program is a grant of up to $95,000 for building improvements. It would include materials and labor. Again, the building owner or tenant can apply. A 50% match is required. And projects must increase the desirability of the site for leasing and or improve the functionality of the space for current or future residents, and or convert the space to other uses, and or increase the assessed value of the property. This is the proposed approval process for the design grant. We're proposing that staff approves them if they meet the criteria. On the building improvement matching grant, staff would review the initial application and make sure that it meets the criteria of the program. Then we would hold an application conference with the proposer and different city staff to go over any problems, issues, questions they have. You know, if it's in a historic district, it's got different rules than if it's further down on Pacific. So kind of identifying all those issues early. Then the Economic Development Commission would review the application and score it, and then forward a recommendation to this board. And then ultimately the Urban Renewal Agency Board would review and approve or deny the projects. Next, thank you. These are some of the expected program outcomes. Increased assessed value is a big one. Sustainable development and collaborative public and private partnerships. These programs bring a lot to a community for the investment that goes into them. These are the metrics we're proposing that we would track and report back to this board on a yearly basis. Number of grants distributed, total grant dollars distributed, total matching dollars. So it's required that you have 50% of the matching dollars. Often these programs result in much more matches. So the business owner may be putting in $2 or $3 for every dollar that they receive. Total square footage renovated, the number of projects completed, and the increase in the assessed value. And that's going to show us, you know, are these programs successful and working? Next slide, please. So next steps would be a resolution from the Renewal Agency Board, and then we would come back for budget allocations as part of the budget process. Staff would develop the applications and finalize the process, and then market the program to businesses and property owners within the district. And then when I took this to the Economic Development Commission, we had some considerations, and they had questions about each of these. And when they made the recommendation, they recommended some answers to these considerations, and I'll tell you about them. But the questions did come up, so we thought we'd bring it before the board. Should national chains be eligible for the program? The EDC felt that national chains should not be eligible. It should be targeted to smaller entities. Should nonprofits be eligible for the program? Since nonprofits don't increase the assessed value of the property, that's the kind of justification for not funding nonprofit improvements. There was a recommendation that there be a cap of $100,000 in grant funding in a 5-year period for any single building or business. And that's just to really, I think there's a lot of demand in our community for a program like this, and we want to make sure we can spread it out and it's not all captured in a few central projects. Should applicants be prohibited from applying for reimbursement for their own labor? So if I own the business and I'm actually doing the painting or the construction, should I be able to kind of charge back half of that to the city? And their recommendation is that no, you should not be able to do that. Should permit fees, land use fees, and system development charges be excluded? They said yes, those should be excluded. Those fees should be paid in full. And then, are there any other metrics that would be useful for council or the board? That was kind of my last question. That's all my presentation.
Okay, questions? I had one question, and then I'll go to Councilor Valenzuela. With the application for this grant, I guess I have two questions. When it says it initially goes to the EDC, is there like a that's a pretty large group, if my memory serves me correctly. So is there going to be a subcommittee?
That's a good question.
Task force? And then follow-up question, because it kind of goes together, is can staff, or I would like to see staff with the application create a criteria scoring sheet for the EDC to evaluate, like the application, and then just like, right, did they hit this? This is a score of a 5 because they're doing this or whatever, right? And so then, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations about process, and I think during these work sessions is when we make sure we're building out the process.
Sure.
So,
Yeah,
those would be my concerns. And then, okay, so I'm going to go to Councilor Valenzuela, Councilor Rippey, and then Councilor Ewing.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go to the last slide, please? First of all, thank you for this presentation. These are really great news. I think we should be very present, helping our small business owners that we have here. So I agree with the responses, with the recommendations for these questions, except for the nonprofits, because we're talking about this being a grant that will help create a vibrant place. And I think they might want to do that to make their place, more welcoming, and that should be, our area, it should be coherent. So that's the only one that I do not agree with, and I think we should give it a little bit more thought. But other than that, I agree with the rest of the recommendations. Thank you.
Which one was that you disagreed with?
The second.
That nonprofits would not be.
Nonprofits.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Rippey.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. When the funds are distributed, not the design ones, but the other ones, are they done? Is that done in a lump sum, or because my concern was about whether or not they would complete a project. So can we reserve, some money until they have demonstrated completion?
Absolutely. The way I envisioned the program working was at milestones, there could be a check. So at $25,000 of expenses, a check could be issued at 50,000, 75, and then at final inspection when they completed the project. So I wouldn't suggest handing a lump sum at the beginning of a project.
Okay, good. And the other thing that I guess I'm going to push back a little bit on the nonprofits. Nonprofits have other tax incentives that they receive, and again, which regular businesses do not. So, in order to focus on the goal of increasing the revenue in the area, the property values, I would suggest not the nonprofits because they have their incentives in other programs. The other question I had, though, with regard to national chains, some of those national chains are franchise. And depending upon the franchise, the franchisee may not get the corporate level development dollars that corporations have. So, for example, and I don't know whether this is true or not, I don't know, but Ace Hardware is a franchise. And I don't know if they would get something from Ace Hardware corporate to do something to their building. So I think that if there was a way for us to drill down into whether or not they can get improvement dollars from the corporate, if they can, then no. But if they can't, then maybe they ought to be considered. I just don't know.
We've differentiated before when we've done we've done one or two other programs since I've been here where if the business is owned by the actual national chain, it wasn't eligible. But if it was a local franchisee, then it was eligible.
Okay.
We have done that before on a few other things we've done.
Counselor Ewing.
Thank you. So I agree with Tim. We have smaller franchises that are locally owned, and I would like to see them be eligible. And part of the criteria is that they are receiving no national franchise dollars for the improvements. Nonprofit, I tend to agree with Mariana that we want to also make those vibrant for the downtown area. It's not a sticking point with me in accepting the program because there are other tax alternatives for them. But since we are looking to improve the aesthetics and drawing people to the downtown area, I think anything like that is helpful. I also would like to talk about process a little bit. So explain to me, Miles, how this is going to work, I guess. So an applicant is going to come in to your department looking to, let's say, the 5,000. So looking for the $5,000 grant. That applicant is then going to go to EDC for preliminary review to make sure that it matches, or is that staff that's doing the 5K?
On the design grant, that's up to 5,000. That's staff.
Okay.
And
So then I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it'll be based on a rubric, like do they meet criteria, yes or no.
Okay, good. So you'll have a matrix and you'll have a way of showing that we use equity for the applicants that come in. I appreciate that. But for the $95,000 one, is that then going to EDC or does that come to the council and URA?
It would go it would first go to the EDC for a recommendation, and they would use a rubric as well.
Okay.
But it would be less yes and no questions and more kind of gray area questions where they need to think about the program as a whole. And then it would come to the URA board for approval.
Okay. I like the idea of demonstrated milestones. I certainly appreciate that. I wouldn't give all of my dollars to my fellow that's coming to do repair work on my home until the job was finished. And I do like the idea of milestones. Thank you very much.
Council President Gustafson.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with Councilor Valenzuela regarding the nonprofits and Councilor Ewing being ineligible for this program for the same reasons that they stated before. I also think at this point in time we shouldn't allow eligibility to national chains, with the understanding that we can kind of feel this out for the first 9 months, 12 months, 6 months, however many, to see if our non-franchises, kind of the smaller business, mom and pop type businesses, if they're going to be utilizing the majority of those funds, and then we can take a look at it again later. And then the third thing, when we're talking about scoring, there definitely needs to be a scoring, and I would just express not to be afraid of weighted scoring. I know a lot of places don't really get into the weighted scoring, but some eligibility points have a little bit more weight to them than others. So I would encourage you to use weighted scoring where necessary. That's it.
Thank you. I'm gonna really quick and then I liked what Paul said about dealing with locally owned national chains because they are locally owned. I think what Councilor Rippey said was spot on. So that's where I went with that. And I lean at this point on the side of not allowing nonprofits to be eligible for this program because we have to, I guess I shouldn't say we have to. For me, my guiding, when I'm looking at policy, the guiding principle has to be what the goal of the program is. So the whole point of the Urban Renewal Agency and District is to increase tax revenue, to invest in this, to increase it long term. So for me, nonprofits have benefits. And regardless of that, even if they didn't, I think the program directs us. The goals of the program direct us in that conversation. So, but I agree with everything else. Councilor Rippey?
Yeah, I was going to touch on some of the other bullets as well. I do think there should be a cap. I don't think there should be reimbursement for their own labor. As far as permits, I think permit fees, yes, none of the others. And then I don't have any other metric.
Councilor Ewing?
So is this going to be a yearly application process? Are we going to put this out? The city going to put it out yearly from the URA funds? And you say $100,000 limit within 5 years. So if somebody comes in with an application for say 25,000 the first year, are they able to come back the next year for another 25 until they reach that 100,000?
So the second question, yes, they would be able to come in kind of for multiple projects.
Okay.
I could see a building, doing their first floor first and then doing their second floor, almost as, not a phased, but, as they are able to fund it, basically.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was your first question?
So my first question is, Miles, will we be having a pot of money every year? Or will we be limited to how much money is in that URA fund? Will we have a $95,000 amount in there every year for applicants to pull from?
So, I guess it would be discussed during the budget cycle. For each year,
Okay.
it would need to be budgeted and approved by the URA board, that budget for each year. That's the best way to explain it.
Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to have input on what dollars are available, that type of thing. So, okay, super, thank you.
What limit, I mean, has staff talked about where we're starting with this?
And
Yes. Go ahead, Paul.
I was saying that we had a previous work session on this, and what we're talking about potentially is figure out how much money is available in the URA after our basic expenses that we incur. And that example, we used like $600,000 might be available. And we were saying maybe half of that per year get put into this grant fund, up to like half of that.
I think if I could just maybe add to that, Mayor, I think the intent of tonight's work session was to talk about this program on its merits. And then we're going to have a separate funding discussion about how much the council may want to put into this program versus land banking versus potentially Site B. So there's this broader discussion about URA money, but this was one of the programs that was identified back in October as kind of getting on the map, if you will, having it be something that may be eligible, and then talk about appropriating the money throughout either the budget process or potentially a separate work session. So if this program was created, for example, tomorrow, it wouldn't have any funds dedicated to it, at least as of yet, until we go through some kind of budget process.
Got it. This is kind of connected, but on our new webpage or on our website, if someone's interested in like someone came to me and was interested in the TLT, applying for TLT dollars for an event, and I couldn't find it anywhere on the website. Like, where are these things at on the webpage?
So a little bit about our changeover to the new webpage. I've been through these a couple of times. It takes a little while for it to build up its search results. So when you go to search, sometimes you can't find things. After the website's been live for a while, it'll start to come back where you search and things come up. So that's one way.
Okay. Is that on the website? Because I looked on the EDC page. I looked, if I could get a link.
Is what on the...
It's the grants TLT for the TLT.
They are, yep.
Where's it at?
I believe it's under economic development.
I couldn't find it Saturday, but that's a different topic. But that's like one of the things that I just want to bring up to staff when we talk about process and scoring and also pushing it out. Like, does that need to be a button of like opportunity, like grant helper? I mean, how are we going to organize these? I think it's great that we're trying to provide services to our businesses and to our community, but we also have to make sure we like complete the whole process of having it be accessible and easy to find. Okay. Sorry for that little tangent. Councilor Martinez, did you have any?
Nothing in particular exactly. I agree that I don't think nonprofits should be eligible for the program because they already have access to other monies.
So that's the one sticky thing I think we didn't really give staff direction on, because it's like there's not a consensus. 3 counselors think it should be eligible and 3 think it shouldn't, and we have 1 absent. Yeah, Jesse.
One thing that may be worth mentioning that wasn't mentioned is with respect to the outside exterior of the building, which is commonly referred to as the storefront facade. That's not part of this program. This is more for structural / internal improvements. It's not part of the storefront facade program. Nonprofits are eligible for the storefront facade program. So if you're looking to kind of beautify your facade, that kind of thing, all of the businesses are eligible for that program. I believe the maximum grant you can receive for that is $5,000. I would look to Brian or Miles to clarify that. $10,000, excuse me. But that's a separate part of a program that already exists within the Urban Renewal Agency. So just wanted to add a little bit of clarity. If a nonprofit does want to beautify their building, there's already a program available for that. That is separate from this program that we're talking about tonight.
Sorry, Elaine. Councilor Ewing?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm glad you provided that clarity. Jesse, because that does help my thinking quite a bit in that, because I don't want our nonprofits to lose that opportunity to, really showcase and be consistent with the rest of their neighbors. So that does help me quite a bit. I also agree with Melinda, in that I've gone on the web and I would prefer that all of the dollars that we have as a community, whether they be CEP dollars, whether they be TLT dollars, whatever those are found in one location on the website. I would also like to see the application for those on the website so that it's a one-stop shop rather than would I really know to go to EDC as a regular consumer for TLT grant applications? I don't know that I would. So I would like them all put in one place, easily accessible with the applications available and basic steps on what needs to be done with that application. Thank you.
Counselor Rippey.
Thank you. Just one more question for clarification. So, if you have a nonprofit that is leasing space, and the owner of the facility applies for the grant, then would that be authorized?
I have to take a look at it because if they're not-for-profits, leasing it would depend on the lease term, and also it's probably tax exempt. The building owner has gone and got that property exempted from the tax rolls since it's currently being leased to a nonprofit.
Okay, but you probably ought to chase that one down so we don't have any questions about it.
Council President Gustafson.
Thanks. Yeah, after you explained about the facade program and how it's separate, it does make me feel a little bit better if we do decide this year to move forward with not including the nonprofits. I still wonder about it though, just because, there's grants for everybody, nonprofits and for-profits. Everybody has access to money in some way or form. So I don't know what the long term will be, but I do feel a little bit more comfortable with holding off on nonprofits for this year. And then as far, just to help explain a little bit, Miles, as far as searchability on the website, it does take time, and I'm assuming that, that not only do you have not everything in the system yet, but it takes time for the crawling to happen, for all of your SEOs to figure themselves out, and for us to be able to put, just type in grant or events or something like that, and for the system to be able to find what it is that you're looking for. So I think after some time, I think we should, all of us counselors, go in there and just see, give it a month, see how easy things are to search for, and then we can regroup and maybe give some feedback on the website as well.
Counselor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Jesse, thank you for the clarification on the nonprofits and the benefits that are available to them. That changes everything for me. So I agree now that perhaps the monies should go to our local businesses. I still don't think that national chains should be eligible for this benefit. So
Okay,
we have to prioritize. If we could prioritize our, businesses, our small businesses in town, and then, like Council President Gustafson mentioned, I think that would be, a good part of the process.
Okay, any further comments for staff? Miles, do you have enough direction, Brian, Miles, to
Yes, thank you.
move forward? Okay, cool. So I'm going to adjourn this work session at 5:59. Okay. So, and I'm going to call to order this work session of the Forest Grove City Council. The topic is the Main Street Program. Staff that's going to be presenting is Brian Pohl, Community Development Director, Miles Glowacki, Economic Development Coordinator. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you all.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Brian Pohl, Community Development Director, here before you on Street Work Session. So the purpose for tonight is that we've had a lot of talks about Main Street lately, and the Forest Grove City Club, in partnership with our friends in the Forest Grove Chamber, proposed to apply to the Oregon Street City Club, proposing to serve as the applicant, overseeing the application process in partnership with the chamber. Part of the application, a letter of support resolution. Council. Just as sort of a housekeeping item before we get started, there were some questions about process, about eligibility and things like that. If anybody has any questions of that nature, City Attorney Ashley Driscoll is on the line tonight, so we'll direct any questions like that to her. But next slide, please. This responds to council objective number 7, which is to solicit input and advise the council their program. And we also plan on providing additional information, responding to questions for 8th week about this. By way of outline, we'll have the staff presentation, which Miles will give most of. We'll include the Main Street program itself, the history of this program with the city, what our current status is, and the application process. The applicant will have a chance to present or give you any information they might have. The council will also have a chance to discuss. With that, I will turn it over to Miles.
Next slide, please. So the Main Street program, really what it is a framework for community members to work together with shared resources for a common goal. It's organized around 4 points: economic vitality, design, promotion, and organization. Slide, please. This slide kind of shows you how those 4 points work together for community transformation, and then around the outside are goals that these organizations kind of strive for to realize that community transformation. So under design, you'll see things like celebrate the historic character, or under economic vitality, cultivate a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's kind of the goal, the ultimate goals of the framework. These are some ways that kind of what these organizations actually do to have change happen. They provide marketing assistance to businesses. They do event planning or space activations to bring people into the downtown area. They can offer financial assistance for designs and promotions. There's technical support and expertise that they gain from participating in the program that they can pass on to the business community. There are grant funds available that they can apply for. Of course, they recruit, train, and mobilize volunteers. And then we talked a little bit about catalyst strategies at the last meeting. Next slide, please. So the organization is set up with levels of participation for communities. And currently, Forest Grove is a connected community. And the purposes of the work session is to talk about applying for the affiliated Main Street designation. Next slide, please. These are some benefits that are available to all the members of the Main Street community. Statewide and regional workshops, networking, revitalization grants, online webinars and resources, telephone consultation, and project-specific grants. And then, next slide, please. These are the benefits that we currently have. We have limited access to technical assistance when resources permit, and opportunities to learn about improving downtown districts. And then as communities move into the higher tiers, there's more benefits. Next slide, please. And also there's more responsibility, there's more reporting back, there's more work involved with more tiers. Benefits to affiliated Main Streets is national recognition and use of the Main Street America affiliate logo, access to trainings and technical assistance, and they're eligible for the Excellent on Main Street Next slide, please. Designated main streets denote communities with commitment to growing, sustaining, and developing their downtowns by leveraging partnerships and engaging the communities. The benefits include all the previous tiers, but also access to there's more programs available. They have the ability to apply for a national accreditation recognition. And, one of the requirements is they must have a minimum of a 20-hour week per week paid direct. Next slide, please. And then accredited main streets recognize exemplary achievement. It's kind of the highest level you can get. It takes years to get to this level. But that's kind of something to strive for. And some of the benefits, you get extra points on the revitalization grant, kind of the big grant that the state has available for these programs. Next slide, please.
So I will step in with the process thus far, and just sort of, this came up a lot last time, and I kind of wanted to address some of these pro as well. Originally briefed to the city council on this in 2019. Miles' predecessor, Jeff, signed us up as Connected Community in 2020. This was at the time called Exploring Main Street. However, that was right as the pandemic was starting. Everything kind of reached to a halt. That sort of from summer 22 to March 23, downtown was a group of representatives from Forest Grove Chamber of Commerce, City Club, CPA, Ante, several business owners and community. They recommended that the program be administered by a nonprofit. Typically, nonprofits are better suited to be responsive to this community needs. We all know working government how things move a little slow and approval process money. Because of that, nonprofits admit. They made a recommendation to brief the program to the city. Please. It bears noting here that the economic development coordinator position was vacant in 2022. The city council passed an objective in 2023 to have staff make a recommendation on the street. Staff took task force recommendation for the commission subcommittee, who concurred with that recommendation. Next slide. The EDC discussed Main Street on December 14th at their meeting and recommended the city council that a nonprofit should administer the street program. And at the same meeting, the chamber expressed their intention to apply for the program. Main Street program and the EDC recommendation. Hey. So the City Club, in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce, is seeking a letter of support to become an affiliate member of the Main Street program. The next bullet I won't read completely, but both entities have expressed interest in this. They have come to an agreement on the MOU to move forward with how this will be registered. January 19th, City Court. Applications for this year are going to close on January 31st. They're set annually, at least starting
So there is a Main Street application process. The Main Street program is administered by Oregon State Parks. And to become an affiliated member, you have to have an identifiable Main Street district, operate as a nonprofit with appropriate staffing within 2 years, develop a stable funding plan and a budget. There's annual activities that need to be completed, so someone, a volunteer or staff, needs to be able to participate in meetings, trainings, and produce quarterly reports. Of course, you have to have a commitment to the Main Street approach. Next slide. And then they also recommend that strong applications will illustrate a commitment from local government and private sector organizations, demonstrate the community and the organization's readiness to proceed, employ or plan to employ an executive director for the Main Street program at a minimum of 20 hours a week, display a past record of community development efforts with broad community support, and it's recommended that the organizations proactively collect letters of community support. So what's required for the application is a letter or resolution from City Council endorsing the revitalization effort, expressing future support, IRS nonprofit status, copy of the organization's bylaws, work plan, and a list of current board members. Next slide, please. That's our presentation. We'll take questions if there's any questions for staff.
Any questions from council? I have a couple. I'll get it started. Do we have a copy of the city club's bylaws? I couldn't find those online. After reading the packet, I went to just peruse them and I went to City Club, and I couldn't find them on their website. So I'm just wondering, what? Donna, can I add, so Donna, are you going to recuse yourself as a city councilor so I can ask you questions for the City Club, or where are we at with this process?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm recusing myself as a counselor for this subject.
Okay, so can I ask, because usually during work, can I ask permission of the council to ask? Yeah, I want to be able to ask Donna and Claudia a question, I want to be able to ask the chamber and the City Club questions. Okay, well, thanks. So Donna, where can we access the City Club's bylaws?
I can email them to you. They should be on the website. I'd have to look. That wasn't something that was requested of the City Club for this this meeting today.
Yeah,
Nor was the application that is listed in this the purpose work session outline. The applicant's presentation, the City Club and Chamber will jointly present the application. Both the City Club and the Chamber have an application, but because we have come to an agreement, we are going to finish the application together so that we're getting the best of both worlds. So there is no presentation of the application today, nor was I requested to have one available.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, if I could I tried when I read the presentation, I went on the City Club website to look at the bylaws just because I've been thinking about this topic a lot for the last 2 weeks. And so I just wanted to make sure that we have all of the boxes checked doing that. And then I guess my other question is so with the paid executive director position, I guess anyone can answer this. This comes after the application process and after the new board for the Main Street affiliated kind of decides?
That's at the next level.
The next level.
So we're looking at the affiliated level at the designated Main Street program. That's when the state agency requires the executive to be paid.
Okay.
So,
But you do have to have 2 years.
right.
So
Correct.
They also request that the state staff sits in the interview process for the executive.
Okay. Oh, so someone from the state would be in on that, on the interview committee. Okay. Yeah, I would like a copy of the City Club bylaws, if you can email those. And then Councilor Rippey.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think, from my perspective, the kind of collaboration that we're hoping here is been needed for a long time. And that's the only way that Forest Grove, the city, is going to grow up, so to speak. We are growing. We are becoming a more vibrant community, but we need to do that in collaboration with each other and not competitive. And so in the spirit of that collaboration, full disclosure of bylaws, members of boards, those kinds of things should all be provided to all of the stakeholders involved so that we have full transparency and understand what, in fact, it is that we're hoping to achieve here. I think that it's imperative that if we're going to lend our voice and support to an organization, that we understand in full what that organization's capabilities are. But I think that where we're moving with this is a very good move in the right direction. I applaud it. I think the collaboration is much needed, but I do think we need everybody to have full transparency on what's going down as we move forward.
Counselor Ewing.
Thank you. So I guess that I have a few questions in this respect. What is the end goal here? Okay, we're going to collaborate. We're going to move up to the next level. Are we planning on going all the way to national accreditation? And if that is the plan, how many cities have been involved in that? How much work is involved in it? How much time or staff is going to be needed? I have just kind of a lot of nagging questions. I'd like to know, what are the tangibles? How at the end of the year will that, both the chamber and the downtown club, what are those tangibles going to be looking like? And quantifiable outcomes. Once we've been through that next level, what are we going to consider quantifiable outcomes for us as a city council to continue to provide letters of support? So, and operational, I got a lot of questions about that. How is that? How is it going to be laid out operationally? Are we going to have a further report on what that looks like from the city club and the chamber at some future date? It just seems to me like there's kind of a lot of, and yes, I agree, collaboration is necessary. Is this the only means to get that collaboration? I don't think so. I just think that there's an awful lot of effort going into a project that we don't have many end results. We don't have much information on it, and that concerns me. So we're currently at the entry level membership, as I understand it, and now we're going to try to be going up to the affiliated Main Street level. Yeah, what is that bias? Okay, some training, some them setting up some events. I just am not seeing the real necessity that this isn't something we can do without having to go through all of this. And it is provided every year, so perhaps we would have more information and require more information from these two groups prior to providing a letter of support. Those are just, some of my concerns.
So hope is, I was nervous. I was going to ask you to restate like your top 3 questions because you had a lot to unpack there, but Hope is going to take it on.
I'm ready. Hey, Elena.
Hey, Hope, thank you.
Elena, I would say a lot of those questions you have, everybody in this room has, because we haven't done this before. It's a new process, but that is what this is about, is it's a process to help you organize your downtown community and revitalize it in the best way that the businesses and these nonprofit organizations determine to move forward. So there is no plan right now, and we don't have any idea what will happen as far as like pushing up to that accredited level. Some cities never get there. Sometimes it takes, 10 years. Sometimes you can do it in 5 years. It's just, that's kind of an unknown. Like, I don't think we need to even mess with that yet. But the other parts are this, the chamber is requesting that we enter an MOU with not just City Club, but also with the city of Fort Strode. So that MOU will give us a little bit of a framework to understand that all 3 entities will be involved with the formation of the leadership process for the new structure that would handle the Main Street, and that we would all, have some responsibility, and that if someone were to fail in that effort, the other parties could carry on past that. So it puts us in a good spot to be able to manage whatever might come at us during that time. But really, it's what we're doing is saying we just want to form a committee to start to figure out what this Main Street program can do for us. And they do provide a lot of technical support, marketing support, and then there is a bunch of grants that you can only apply for if you're accredited or affiliated or higher member of that program. And they're really amazing grant opportunities with a lot of. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking for access to. So I'm hoping that we're asking you guys for a letter of support just to do the application. It really doesn't have anything to do with what happens after that. We have to apply first, and we'll enter this MOU with the city, and we'll get to further, like, what are our deliverables, what's the reporting like, all that kind of stuff can come as we form this organization.
I see Ashley also has her hand raised, so I'm going to let Ashley go.
Good evening, City Council. Ashley Driscoll, City Attorney's Office. For clarity's sake, I just wanted to talk to Councilor Gustafson just about her recusal. So, Councilor Gustafson, are you declaring a conflict under ORS 244, which would be an actual potential based on a financial benefit to you, a business which you're associated with, or a family member? Or are you recusing yourself for other personal non-ORS 244 reasons?
I do not have a direct conflict, Ashley. I am the president of the city club, so it could be perceived that that there is a conflict. So in a case like that, I will usually recuse myself.
Okay. And so during this, you're not declaring, as I understand it, you're not declaring an actual or potential conflict under the law. Because of your personal involvement with the organization, you are stepping away from this discussion as a member of the city council. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is accurate.
All right. Thank you.
Elena, did you get all of your questions? And I did Google it really quick. It's 863 cities are part of the Main Street program in 2022.
In Oregon? Or
Right.
I don't know, I just Googled nationally.
I
800.
think that's more national.
There are six at
that's
the
gotta be
highest
national.
level.
We don't have that many cities in
It's
Oregon.
national. Yeah, that's national. The two examples of fairly recent-ish are McMinnville and Hillsborough, and they have significantly flourished. And I believe part of that ability to flourish was the tools provided to them by the Main Street program. So involving them as we walk through will likely be on the to-do list. And as far as the city being involved and the chamber and the city club and the city, it's going to be a very tight-knit committee that comes together to do this. And there will be others added to it, possibly other nonprofits, definitely business owners, residents, building owners. This is going to be a group that is a big focus for them, is making our city in that downtown area just wonderfully inviting, very successful, lots of commerce. And that's going to take some reports that show, where we are today and where we are in, 1 year, 2 year, 5 years from now. So we will definitely be organizing some measurables that we have now. So we have, some baseline information so that we can demonstrate to not just the city, but to the residents and the businesses and other cities who are interested in this program, the success that can happen.
Thank you. Councilor Rippey. Mariah, could you go to the slide
But
that's
to answer your question that you
sorry.
asked, Melinda,
Yes.
since I'm still on hotline, thank you, Hope. I love the idea of MOU. I'm very thankful that you guys are including the city of Forest Grove in that group. It provided a lot of more clarity to me and hopefully to our community as well. So thank you. And thank you so much, Donna, for recusing yourself on a perceived, because I think down the line that will help us greatly. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Counselor Ewing. Counselor Rippey.
Yeah, thank you. Just one final thing is, can we get a expected deadline on the MOU? So I'd rather see it sooner than later. If we can, is it anticipated to have it done before the application?
Ooh, shots fired.
It won't get done by January 31st. There's some stuff that's going to need to be added, and there's going to be some points here that I've just read that I want some clarification on. And I think Miles has a little bit of follow-up too on some of the comments Hope
Okay,
made.
hang on real quick. Yeah, so can we circle back to the MOU? We do have time for that in the presentation, but let's make sure we have the application process and any of these questions answered, and then we'll save time for the MOU.
Just to Counselor Ewing's earlier question, this phase is it's a 2-year exploratory phase when you're at this level. So there are some timelines that you have to meet. And accomplishments have to happen. You can't just sit at this level.
Okay, I have a question for the City Club. All of these required bullet points, are they done? The application done? Is it all ready to go?
It is all ready to, yes, it is all ready to go. However, yes, it is all ready to go except for the chamber and the city club getting together to make sure that we have the best application that we can submit. So there's going to be a final collaborative effort to make any modifications to the application that we feel is going to be in the best interest of the city together. That's scheduled for, I think, this Thursday, if I remember right. So that application, although complete on both our ends, will be changed. But as far as all the checkboxes and all the required documentation, including letters of support from businesses and residents, community members, I know both parties have substantial letters of support, so we are good there.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or comments from the group about the application or the process? Okay, so at this time, do we want to talk about the MOU? Or what were the next steps, Miles? Do you have another slide? Or council discussion? Okay, so do we want to go over the MOU? Or no?
Well, I mean, I think the staff can handle it with the chamber and the city club. I just don't want it to be an open-ended, well, we'll get around to it. I don't think the parties are necessarily going to do that, but I just want to express at least my concern, if not the council's, that we move on this, because this is the formalization of the collaboration. Without it, I'm not sure there will be questions of whether or not it'll be achieved.
Yeah, I think I agree, and I appreciate the chamber bringing the MOU to the meeting. And I guess my recommendation, we can agree or disagree, is that council looks over the MOU, and if you have suggestions or things that are sticky point for you, that during your one-on-one meetings with Jesse or through email, you communicate those to staff, because I believe the process would be city staff, city club representative, chamber representative, working this out.
Yeah.
So I would just say, don't forget that you've got a copy. So if you want to be part of the process or have a weight in that MOU to share your thoughts with staff.
And the people that are online don't have a copy, but we can email this out to the whole the whole council. So
Yeah, just do not reply all. Do not reply all.
So
Go ahead.
they have enough information to move forward.
Do we have consensus to do the letter of support? Can I go through, can I get a thumbs up from the people online? I see 1. Okay, I see 5 thumbs up. Okay, so, and Jesse.
Just to clarify, Mayor, if there's a consensus for the letter of support and the resolution, if there's also a consensus that I would add it to the agenda as item F5 under additions and deletions. Does that sound okay?
Yes, for me. A head nod from Counselor Valenzuela, from Counselor Rippey,
Yes.
yeah, from Counselor Martinez and Counselor Ewing. This went really fast. So are we good?
Yeah, I'll, during additions and deletions, I'll add it as F5.
Cool. Exciting. Okay. Anything further? No?
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you all. I'm going to adjourn this work session. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have half an hour.
Half an hour is
I would like to call to order this meeting of the Forest Grove City Council on January 22nd at 7 p.m. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Council President Gustafson,
She's going to rejoin, hopefully.
Councilor Rippey,
Here.
Councilor Martinez,
Here.
Councilor Marshall,
Absent. Oh, I say absent.
Councilor Martinez,
Here.
Councilor Valenzuela,
Here.
Councilor Ewing,
Here.
and Mayor Wenzel.
Here. Forest Grove City Council meetings are located on the land of the Tualatin Kalapuas, who call themselves the Atfalati. They are now part of the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde. Will the audience please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm going to head down to the podium now. So our Parks and Rec director told me that I didn't get the mic tonight. That Red Cross is going to take over. And I'm a little bit bummed because we're going to honor one of my favorite former students, Brian Perez, for a life-saving award. But I cannot steal the show. I'm just really stoked for him and wanted to say that. So if I could have Rebecca from, I don't know, Priscilla from the Red Cross come up, that would be great.
Good evening. My name is Priscilla Fuentes. I'm the CEO of the American Red Cross. Thank you for giving us some time to recognize a local hero. We are here tonight to present Ryan with the Certificate of Merit Award for his quick thinking, life-saving action last summer. At the Red Cross, we know that emergencies can happen anytime. In the grocery store parking lot, on a lake in Oregon, on a summer's day, at the community pool, or even inside your office. But regardless of when and where they occur, emergency situations usually have one thing. A crowd of people standing around, staring at a wondering who should act. That is until a hero emerges from the crowd. A hero is a person who shows great courage, who is admired for their achievements and notable qualities, and in this case, actually saves lives. Today, we present Brian Perez the Certificate of Merit, oldest of our life-saving. It was established in 1911 and evolved in 1928 to provide a more fitting and lasting recognition to a larger circle of nominees. The Certificate of Merit bestowed upon Red Cross trained individuals who have no obligation to respond to emergencies but do so. Over its 100-plus year span, the award recipients have been lifeguards, police, firefighters, and everyday citizens. The Certificate of Merit has borne the signatures of 17 presidents of the United States. At this time, I would like to send a special Red Cross thank you to John Carabello, who taught Ryan his lifeguarding skills and nominated Ryan for this. I'd like to ask Brian and John please to come to the front of the room with me, and John will explain what happened that
But I'd like to begin by saying, good evening to the City Council, leadership, and city employees, and families and friends of my family. Of the Washington. Good evening. Special thank you to the American Red Cross and flying it up to the highest flag nation. Brian, it's an incredible see, recognize and celebrate your Detroit Lake depths are cascades. Now, I'm fortunate to have this incredible privilege to sing your praises this evening. Though there are instructors that preceded really and some of them are here. Ryan's Cassie Pearson and Tom Gamble. So, round of applause for them for their dedication for water safety. So, I'm going to read the entire submittal Cliff Notes version of it so we can get through the important part of this. So, through Ryan's lifeguarding proficiency and decisive actions, he saved the life of his uncle, Tabor Marsh, who's here. Consummate community servant, high school head swimming coach, Pacific University swimming coach, polo coach, swim instructor, and most importantly, husband, father, son. So, early morning, July 21st, 2023, we imagine last year. And Ryan was driving whole family and friends and Tabor's tow. And those of you who don't know Tabor's skill heard on the street. And he was attempting one of those. Took a pretty nasty fall. Ryan, through his diligence, his ingrained lifeguarding skills, immediately notices face down the water, not moving. So, without thinking, he immediately brought the boat around, came alongside Tabor, and responsibly gave to one of the members on the boat, and without thinking, pulled his head up out of the water. And then he had to make a decision to, do I take the brake off my uncle's foot, still connected, right? And through his strength, his fitness, it was no brainer. Keep the board on, towed him to the boat. It was a good 20 feet. Essentially, towing his uncle out of flotation, this barn door. Miraculous in providing incredible leadership, bring his uncle up out of the water. And then immediately went into his training mode, talked to Ryan. I remember a lot of it, right? It's just half of that is a song. First responders, they not training is happening. So Tabor's out of the, and Ryan immediately performs a secondary assessment on his uncle to see how he's doing, breathing, the position where checking eyes, monitoring him all the way during the 20-minute ride back to the dock, and Ryan immediately called back to the dock and spoke to Katie, right? Giving her all the details to relay to EMS. Everybody was and obviously through Ryan's efforts that day, through his actions, as it was said, really embodied suffering. Emergency. As Ryan's exceptional courage, calm decisiveness, and remarkable life skills. Life. Don't just one quick thing. Ever want to witness a humble servant? You would never bring up this. Not only is he a lifeguard, he's also a commercial pilot and a flight partner. And as I was talking to her remarks with Ryan, he says, cool. That's the soon, which will happen certainly. Congratulations.
Awarded to individuals who step up and save and help save or sustain a life. Brian, you exemplify the mission of Red Cross to prevent suffering. And we commend
Okay, if you would like to leave now, you can. I know that's, I mean, I won't take any offense to it. You can stay. We have a few public hearings, you know, lots of good stuff, but it's up to you. Congratulations, Ryan. It was great seeing you. Band teacher. I didn't know he was.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's about right. Yeah.
He's so young.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good to see you, Katie. Who's the young woman that was crying? Was that his girlfriend or something? Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
Because they go to Detroit.
I know they do it every year. It's
I think they're
a big family.
Okay, thank you for giving us a moment to let people transition. We are going to now move on to item B on our agenda, which is public comment. Anyone wishing to speak to the City Council on an item not on the agenda or on the agenda and not scheduled for a public hearing may be heard. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. All testimony is recorded. Written comments may be submitted by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting to city councilors at forestgrove/or.gov. Zoom attendees may use the raise hand option to be called on. So I had no one signed up for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who may have come in late that would like to give public comment? Okay. Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to give public comment? Okay, seeing none. With that, we're going to move to item C, our consent agenda. Items under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be adopted with a single motion without separate discussion. Councilors who wish to remove an item from the consent agenda may do so prior to the motion. Any items removed will be discussed and acted upon following the approval of the remaining items. What is the wish of the council?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I second.
The consent agenda was moved by Councilor Rippey, seconded by Councilor Martinez. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same signal. Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved with a vote of 6-0. Item D, additions or deletions. City Manager, are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, pursuant to the work session held earlier this evening, I do have one addition as item F5 on the agenda. Resolution number 2024-03, approving a letter of support for the Forest Grove City Club's application for affiliate membership in the Oregon State Parks Main Street program.
Thank you. Any additions or deletions from City Council members? Seeing none, we are going to now move on to our presentation portion of the agenda, which is item E. The council will hold questions until the end of each presentation. A 2-minute reminder will be given to the presenters to conclude remarks. So I have Measure 110, Health Justice Recovery Alliance, and staff Ron Williams, HJRA, Director of Outreach. Hello, sir.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. It was got in my car at 6:05. It took an hour and 12 minutes to get here.
Where did you drive from?
Portland.
Traffic, rain, sorry.
Well, that was exciting.
I was,
The weather is terrible.
I was like, and it's rainy. It's like insult to injury.
It's not just raining. It's dumping. And, it's ferocious.
Well, we're glad you're here safe.
Yeah, thank you for coming in,
Well, thank
braving it.
So let me catch my breath here a sec. So my name, good evening. Mayor Wenzel.
Yep.
Members of the council. Thank you very much for providing me with this opportunity to provide an overview and an update on the progress of ballot measure 110. My name is Ron Williams. I'm the Director of Outreach for the Health Justice Recovery Alliance and a person in long-term recovery. The Health Justice Recovery Alliance is an independent, community-based organization dedicated to advocating for full, timely, and meaningful implementation of Measure 110. I'm sure you're aware of all the basics. Measure 110 in 2020 decriminalized small personal use amounts of drugs in favor of a health-based, science-backed approach to addressing addiction. Measure 110 also invested hundreds of millions of dollars in statewide addiction recovery services through cannabis revenue. During the 21-23 biennium, $302 million was allocated to those services, which include harm reduction, peer support, screening and assessment, housing along a continuum, emergency housing, recovery housing, and family housing, permanent housing, all along the continuum, supported employment, and also low barrier substance use treatment was also included as a service that could be funded with Measure 110 funds. Low barrier services being detox, sobering, and outpatient. Those services are being delivered in every county through Behavioral Health Resource Network that we refer to as BURN. These funded networks of organizations work together to ensure anyone can receive low-barrier addiction services. Once the voters approved the law, the Oregon Health Authority, working with the Measure 110 Oversight and Accountability Council, made more than 233 grant awards. In Washington County, 19 organizations were funded for a total of about $20 million for the 21-23 biennium. The Council and the Oregon Health Authority recently approved contract extensions to most of the original grantees who had met the highest standards of performance, financial, and compliance reporting. All 19 organizations in Washington County received grant extension funding. Due to the forecasted reduction in cannabis revenue, the total available for funding for across the state in the 23-25 biennium was closer to $200 million. So where are we now? According to the Oregon Health Authority, Measure 110 Behavioral Health Resource Network reporting data for the first full year from Q1 to Q4 saw a 300% increase in the number of people using services and people encountering the providers. Providers reported 159,000 encounters with people seeking substance abuse treatment, more than 149,000 encounters with people seeking harm reduction services. Housing services provided to clients grew by 296%. Substance use disorder treatment saw a 143% increase in client encounters, and supported employment services each increased by 286%. In a recent press release, Oregon Health Authority Director of Behavioral Health, Ebony Clark, stated, "With every passing day, we're seeing Measure 110 funding become further integrated into our system of care. It is important to sustain these investments at current levels so that these providers can continue to provide these life-saving services and support," end quote. Measure 110 came at a time when Oregon ranked dead last in the U.S. in terms of access to treatment and third in the nation in terms of addiction rate. Measure 110 also came at a time of reckoning in the U.S. regarding disparate treatment of Black and brown people via law enforcement and the criminal justice system. The people of Oregon rightly decided it is time to stop criminalizing people for substance use and provide folks with accessible, immediate, and non-judgmental community-based services instead of jails and prisons. Currently, there are proposals being offered in the legislature to recriminalize substance abuse or substance use in Oregon. The current proposal being offered is complicated, expensive, and unnecessary, and will only cause more harm to individuals and families. When we jail people for drug use instead of offering treatment and care, we separate and displace families, we exclude people from job opportunities, we perpetuate generational poverty, and cause more harm to communities of color who may be 2 to 4 times as likely, more likely, to be stopped, searched, detained, arrested, convicted, and incarcerated for drug possession, even though substance use rates are pretty similar. In terms of the proposal, I submitted to the clerk a chart that kind of outlines the proposal that's being that's under consideration by the legislature at this time. The recriminalization proposal being considered and the analysis of it is in the materials I submitted. It's complicated and it's convoluted, so I won't walk through it. But it's available, and I'm happy to return and talk through it if you like. I'd also like to talk briefly about alternatives to recriminalization. One example is the pilot project in Portland that we're working on.
Over the past month, the Behavioral Health Resource Network providers have been working hand in hand with Portland Police to provide immediate assistance to officers engaged with folks who are on the street. Officers make contact with people on the street engaged in citation-level behaviors. Those people who are then offered immediate access to a recovery peer who comes to the scene, performs a basic screening, and then is able to offer options such as detox, same-day or next-day assessments, emergency or transitional housing, or access to a recovery drop-in center. I submitted to the clerk a report on that pilot project that shows the successes that we're having. In the first, we've had 3 such events of the pilot project, and so far, just from police interacting with folks and peers coming to the scene, 41 people have sought detox, 30 people were able to seek shelter, 17 people wanted treatment, and that's just from 7 to 10 peers working, being dispatched on a day-to-day, on a weekly basis to interact with peers on the street, interact with folks on the street who are engaged in citation-level behavior. So recriminalization isn't necessary. There are good, positive programs and alternatives. And I submitted the report on the status and success of that project, which is showing good results and is being applauded by the Portland Police and Portland government officials. Here in Washington County, our providers have served thousands of people, and the number grows each quarter. Washington County burn providers in the fourth quarter alone reported 300 people receiving alcohol and drug assessment. More than 440 people received substance use disorder treatment, and over 600 people received peer support. So it's really wonderful, the work that's being done here in Washington County and across the state with these providers. As you can tell from the information that I provided, tens of thousands of people are getting services. The programs are working. There are great organizations doing great work in every county, and especially here in Washington County. And finally, I just want to let you know that the Washington County Behavioral Health Resource Network is holding a Burn Services Day on February 14th here in Washington County, and I hope that some of you will take the time to stop by and meet the dedicated, hardworking people providing these services. And there's a flyer with that information in your packet. And that's really all I have.
Thank you. Any questions from council? I have a question.
Okay.
So Measure 110 reform is a big topic in the short session. First of all, let me rewind. Thank you for your service. Thank you for helping to provide health care to our community. I think, in my position, I have the benefit of getting to hear all these stories, right? Like I hear the stories of, hey, these are our successes. This is what we've accomplished. I also get to hear hey, I'm concerned about walking by and having people use fentanyl by my kids, or if I touch this is what happens, or how do you make someone use treatment? I mean, there's just a lot of questions. So I guess my question to you is your organization, I mean, I'm just a blunt person. I'm just gonna spit.
Okay, go ahead.
Can your group work with lawmakers? And I think everyone's right. I'm just wanting to be Goldilocks. Is there some things that do you think there's anything that could be reformed or revised? I like the word revised with Measure 110 that would still achieve your goals, but address some of the concerns about public safety and health for the larger community as well?
Well, the first thing I would say is that one of the challenges with Measure 110 in terms of the way that it was rolled out, in terms of how law enforcement was engaged, that law enforcement was not engaged. There was not a strategy from the Department of Public Safety Training and Standards, from the chiefs, the sheriffs, the district attorneys. They did not come to the table to kind of work with the providers and work with the Oregon Health Authority to kind of develop a really comprehensive system. And that was a real failing in the process because there was so much original opposition to decriminalization without really considering, what is a really good alternative. We know that folks, we know that mandated treatment doesn't work. We know that throwing people in jail for addiction doesn't solve the problem. We know that people are suffering. We know that people are afraid on the street, that for some reason there's this conflation with public disorder and Measure 110. And there's a lot of reasons for that conflation that I don't want to go into, or that I can't go into, because it just kind of conjures up ideas of, people just expressing opinions. But one very specific idea is what the legislature was really originally considering, which was a kind of an interim step, a process where folks who were able to, and there are other states and other programs that have this, where folks who are engaging with law enforcement gives them the option, and that option is you come with me, you meet with a peer, and instead of getting charged, you go to the program. And so that kind of deflection process is something that would be really positive. A lot of the issues that are associated with public disorder is really kind of the perception of homelessness. And so homelessness has somehow become conflated with Measure 110. Mm-hmm. There was an explosion of homelessness, and the inability of local, particularly I guess in the Portland area, the inability of kind of the powers that be to really come to terms with the homelessness problem, that appeared to be disorder, and so folks were really challenged to not conflate Measure 110 with that. So being able to get people services is the goal. So Measure 110, the services that are involved in Measure 110 are supposed to be in addition to and alongside the traditional treatment system, the residential inpatient system, the outpatient treatment that goes along with big service providers. But in terms of peer support, the idea of Measure 110 is to provide peer support, folks who are on the street, able to do outreach, who are able to build bonds of trust with people, develop relationships, and help people all along the continuum of recovery, or the continuum of getting well or just staying alive. So being able to provide people with the services they need to meet them where they're at, and to provide non-judgmental, clear guidance for how to provide people with housing, harm reduction, outpatient treatment or low barrier treatment, whether it's detox or those things that are available through Measure 110. The idea is to do it without having to put people in jail. And we think that if given a chance that it would work. But there's been a lot of kind of conflated ideas around what the problem is, and a lot of people point to Measure 110, and that just isn't fair.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, well, thank you so much for braving the rural drive out west for an hour and 20 minutes.
No, it's my pleasure. I like coming out and doing things in person.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a nice night. So the next presentation is also on Measure 110 from the District Attorney's Office. So Mr. Kevin Barton, please come to the, I don't know, Elena told me what that seat's called, but I don't remember.
Hot seat?
Yeah, that's what I like to call it, but then I feel bad when I say it.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
My legs are so tall, I'm hitting the bottom of the chair. Good evening. It's good to see you, and thank you for the invitation to be here. My drive wasn't quite as bad as Mr. Williams. It was about 15 minutes from downtown Hillsborough, where I work, not, of course, from Portland. So I'd like to share a few comments about what I'm seeing with regard to Measure 110, and then what a group that I'm part of, which is called the Coalition to Fix and Improve Measure 110, what we're proposing to do, and what our goals are in making that proposal. And I'd invite you to interrupt me as I'm speaking if any questions come to mind, or of course, happy to answer questions toward the end. So, of course, the Measure 110, when it was passed by the voters, and I should say overwhelmingly passed by the voters, by about 60% of voters, people voted on what was called the Treatment and Recovery Act. And our goal, our coalition's goal, is to deliver on the original promise of Measure 110, which is more treatment Oregon today. And what I will say is not every problem we have in the state is caused by Measure 110. That's absolutely true. However, a lot of the problems that we're seeing, ranging from homelessness and houselessness, increased crime, overdose deaths, overdose incidents, businesses struggling, people struggling, families struggling, cities struggling. These problems have all been exacerbated to a great degree by Measure 110. It's kind of like it didn't create the fire, but I believe 110 is the gasoline that was thrown on the fire, and now we find ourselves in this really tough situation. I know that Mr. Williams quoted a lot of different statistics and numbers, and so many so that it was sort of overwhelming with all the numbers. And all I can tell you is that it reminds me of, there's this famous Groucho Marx expression, which is, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? In other words, you can listen to the stats and the numbers, or you can look at what's happening right in front of us. And what we see right in front of us is these overdose deaths are out of control. Oregon averages, looking at 2022 statistics, about 22 people every year. So in my mind, I think of that as about a classroom full of people dying every week in our state. And those are outdated. We know that the overdose deaths have increased since then. What we also know is that we all have stories of how this has impacted us either individually or professionally. And what I can share with you in the DA's office, we see a little over 10,000 cases every year come to our office from around our community. We're seeing a dramatic increase in the number of people that are struggling with drug addiction issues, and we're seeing that collateral impact on our community as a result of that addiction, not just in the form of overdose deaths, but also in the form of increased crime and increased harm on people that are collaterally involved. And I'll share with you an example of that. An example is a case that we currently have in our office now, where it's a toddler child who first responders were called because the child had overdosed fentanyl. They administered Narcan, which is of course the reversal agent, and brought that child back to life. But there was so much residual fentanyl in the child's system that she overdosed a second time from what was in her body. Those stories are not isolated. So getting back to what we're trying to accomplish, more treatment for more people more quickly, we do want to deliver on that original promise, 110. And I want to share with you how we're proposing to do that. So procedurally how we're doing it, and then also substantively how we're doing it. So first, procedurally, we have a ballot measure. We put it forth, and we're pursuing that ballot, and it will be on the ballot in November of 2024 for everyone in this room and every voter in Oregon. We'd rather fix this problem sooner, and our hope is the legislature will address this issue in the short session this February and enact the majority or all of what we've proposed in our ballot. If they don't, we will proceed forward, and this will be here for Oregonians to vote. We want it to go sooner because A, it's better to have it happen sooner because we can get a solution quicker for our community, and B, a legislative solution is a better way to address it because a ballot measure is necessarily limited by rules about what can be on a ballot measure. And we think a more comprehensive solution where the legislature enacts what's in our ballot measure, but also other enabling legislation to make it work better, we think that would be the best path forward. So that's procedurally how we're moving forward. Substantively, what we're proposing, first of all, recriminalization. And why would I say that we want to turn it back to a crime again? We see using the criminal justice system as a means to engage people so that they can engage in treatment successfully. So it's a surgical use of the criminal justice system only to the extent minimally necessary to get people to engage in treatment. We know that that will work based on thousands of examples that we have in our society today. These are called treatment courts and drug courts. They exist in Oregon, and they exist around the nation. And they are examples of using the built-in infrastructure of the criminal justice system. Now, I'm not talking about incarceration. I'm talking about rewards and incentives and consequences or the threats of the consequence, which is ways to motivate people to engage in difficult behavior so that they can hopefully be on a path toward treatment and recovery. So in our proposal, by recriminalizing, we would bring it back to the A misdemeanor level. Let me be clear here. We're not asking for a felony level, which is what drug possession used to be in Oregon before 2018 or so. We're asking for an A misdemeanor level because we believe that's what's necessary to compel people to engage successfully in treatment. What that would mean in practice is if crime once again. Imagine a scenario where a police officer encounters someone on the street who's using fentanyl or heroin or methamphetamine or so one of those dangerous drugs. That officer, under our proposal, would have the opportunity to issue a criminal citation or to make an arrest if the officer chose to do so. However, we are providing in our proposal 3 off-ramps from the traditional criminal justice process. These 3 off-ramps provide a vehicle so that the justice process is only used, as I said earlier, to that minimal extent necessary. The first off-ramp is called pre-booking diversion. And there's a program that's been used in counties in Oregon and across the nation called LEAD, L-E-A-D. It stands for Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. It allows that officer on the street to say to that person, look, I can either issue a criminal citation to you, or I can make an arrest, or you can engage in this treatment program right now and take you to this treatment facility right now. And if you engage successfully in that treatment program, then you never see the inside of a jail cell, you never see a prosecutor like me, you never see a judge, you are just on your way toward treatment and recovery. That will be off-ramp number 1. If that person successfully engages, then the criminal justice system is never triggered. If he or she doesn't successfully engage, or they say, no, I don't want to do that, or they tried and they fail, then the person could be criminally cited and charged. However, off-ramp number 2 comes into play, which is, if you're familiar with drunk driving diversion, we're proposing offering that same type of court diversionary program for people charged with possession or public use. So it would be the same type of an idea where now this person is charged with a crime. However, they don't have to be convicted of that crime. They can enter into a diversion program where if they engage successfully in treatment, then they walk out the other end with no conviction on their record and on a path toward treatment and recovery. If they don't engage successfully in treatment, or if they choose not to take advantage of that court diversionary program, then they would be prosecuted in the traditional manner where they are prosecuted and convicted if guilty. But then there's off-ramp number 3, which is on probation after they've been convicted. They would be required to engage in drug treatment. If they engage successfully in drug treatment, then at the end of that probationary period, their criminal record would be expunged, which means erased. Because as soon as they've completed that treatment successfully, the use of the criminal justice system is no longer necessary because its sole purpose is to get people to engage in treatment. So that framework of 3 different off-ramps is what we're proposing, which is new. It's something different. And I want to emphasize this point. There are those who are calling for a full repeal of Measure 110. That is not what our group is calling for. There are those that are saying, keep it the way it is. My predecessor, who sat here before me, that is not what we're calling for. We are in the middle. We believe there are parts of 110 that need to be changed dramatically, such as the recriminalization of detention. There are parts, however, that can be fixed and improved. And one piece that I want to agree with Mr. Williams on is the good work that some treatment providers are doing needs to be continued and funded and preserved. And so what we offer in our proposal is actually a way to protect that by creating a floor. The funding for these treatment providers that have evidence-based practices that actually work, under our proposal, it will ensure that those funding levels remain the same and increase as cost of living goes up, even if the marijuana revenue that currently funds it goes down, because those revenue sources are jeopardized by declining marijuana revenue. So we want to keep those pieces working. However, we need to get people into treatment, and the only way we can do it and with our current structure here in our society is to use the built-in infrastructure of the criminal justice system to motivate people toward that goal. There are other aspects to our proposal. It's a 30-page proposal, and I spent a lot of time now talking about probably the most controversial part, which is the recriminalization piece. I do want to mention, however, we're also proposing ways to go after the supply side of the problem. So if you think of it as supply and demand, where you have drug dealers and drug users, there are significant changes to Oregon law that need to occur to go after the supply side. There are some significant changes regarding who can be charged with the crime of drug dealing, changes with respect to repeat drug dealers who commit multiple drug dealing offenses within a short period of time need to go to prison. And then there are crimes that just should occur. For example, if someone deals drugs and causes the death of somebody else, that should be a crime. And that's currently, believe it or not a crime in Oregon. It's a federal crime, but not a state. if someone is possessing what's called a pill press machine, the machines that make the little blue pills that we see on TV, which are less than $1 a pill for fentanyl, the one pill can kill pills. Those pill press machines, if you're not a pharmacy, you shouldn't have one. And if you do have one and you're not a pharmacy, that should be a crime. So we have other proposals in our larger ballot measure that we think will help address this issue from a 360-degree perspective. And I want to finish by saying the vast majority of Oregonians support what we're proposing. 76% of Oregonians support recriminalizing. 74% of Oregonians support the essential aspects that I just described to you. 78% of Oregonians believe that there is a significant drug problem happening right now in society. None of those statistics should be surprising to anyone in the room. All of what we're trying to do is to accomplish that goal of more treatment, more people, more quickly. Love to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mr. District Attorney. I have a question. You mentioned that let us say the first encounter of a police officer with someone using drugs, that there would be 3 options for the person, correct?
Talking about the off-ramps.
So the officer would not have 3 options, and that person would eventually, in our proposal, have 3 options in front of them, 3 different off-ramps that I described. That's correct.
Okay. So not the officer would not be choosing, okay, I'm going to go ahead and arrest you so you can go into a treatment center.
No, thank you for asking that question. No, so what we're proposing is providing more options for the people who are using drugs and more options for the people that are encountering those who are using drugs. So our proposal would allow for communities to opt into a pre-booking diversion program. It won't work in every community across Oregon because not every community has the built-in infrastructure ready to go. So it might work in one county but not work in the other county. So for example, in Washington County, it just so happens that we have the Center for Addiction Triage and Treatment, which is scheduled to come online hopefully here in the next 1 to 2 years. That would be a perfect complement to what I'm talking about, where the officer would be able to offer the person on the street the opportunity to engage in treatment through the Center for Addiction Triage and Treatment. If they choose to do that, then that would be a way to divert them away from the traditional criminal justice process.
All right, so the person would be the one deciding, what they feel it's best for them.
Yes.
At that time. And also I wanted to ask you about the percentages, the numbers, the information that was provided to us by Mr. Williams. Was that information inaccurate?
Well,
The percentages of people that have been able to receive help?
Well, I think the problem with some of those statistics is that it's unclear what it means. So, for example, what is a harm reduction service? So I'll give you an example of what a harm reduction service might be. If I were to give someone a clean needle, certainly a clean needle is less harmful than a dirty needle. That would be a harm reduction service. If I give the same person 10 clean needles, that's 10 harm reduction services. So I don't know enough about the statistics that Mr. Williams mentioned to be able to speak to each of them here in front of you, but I will say that statistics tell one piece of the story. What's happening in front of us that we can all see with our own eyes tells the other.
Thank you. Councillor Ewing.
Thank you for coming this evening. I know that this is a problem that is impacting families and businesses and individuals who are facing drug addiction. So thank you so much for rethinking 110. I support the 3 off-ramps. I think that those are reasonable. My concern is that often we're not getting, as you said, the full story because statistics sometimes are weighted differently. So how will your program differ in providing us quantitative results? In essence, is there going to be a check-in after 6 months, a year, 2 years? What does a success look like and how is that quantified?
Thank you for the question. So I'll go back to our mission, which is more treatment for more people more quickly. So the way to quantify that is to determine if we're engaging more people in treatment and if there are fewer overdose deaths, if crime is decreasing, and if communities are recovering. Those are the ways that we can measure whether it's successful. I want to go back and just take a moment to think about where we are here in Oregon for a second. We should all recognize that what Measure 110 gave Oregon has never been done anywhere in this nation. It is a brand new, novel experiment. And there is nothing wrong with trying something new. In fact, there's an old expression that states are the laboratories of democracy. And the idea being that we have 50 different states, which means there are 50 different ways that people can try and do different things and see what works. However, it's a huge mistake once you realize that the experiment has failed. If you double down on that experiment, especially when lives are in the mix, that to me is a tragic mistake.
Thank you.
Council President Gustafson. You're on mute.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, great. Hi, Mr. Barton, Council President Gustafson. There's been conversations regarding workload in both law enforcement and in the court system for Washington County, and instances where maybe some crimes are not even charged if the DA's office doesn't feel it would be successful just because of workload. How will law enforcement and the judicial system ensure this proposed new process will be successful with all the current struggles with enforcement workflow and follow through in general?
Thank you for the question. First, just to clarify, the policy of the District Attorney's Office is to charge every crime where the evidence supports proceeding forward and where it's the right thing to do. So there is no policy in the DA's office to not charge certain crimes based on the level or the severity. We charge everything. We, of course, are guided by whether we can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt based on the admissible evidence, and, of course, whether it's the right thing to move forward based on the facts in front of us. That being said, what you're asking about has to do with how are we going to put back into our already overburdened court system and criminal justice system, how are we going to put even more work back in there? To that, I would say two things. Number one, we're in trouble if we don't do this because we're still seeing the impact of drug use and addiction. We're just seeing it in these collateral ways. The example that I mentioned to you of the child who was overdosing, that's a case in the DA's office. Pretty much all theft we deal with these days has some connection to drug addiction. Some time ago, I could sit in front of a community group and I could talk about thieves and prosecution of theft, and there would be people who are committing theft because they're greedy. They steal something because they want it. We don't see many of those thieves anymore. Most of the people who are stealing things are stealing it because there's an underlying addiction. So we're seeing these people and these cases in the system. Really what's happening is the system is not intervening earlier when it should. When people are using drugs and possessing drugs and using them in public, but rather it's waiting for that person to go steal something from Target or Home Depot or a small business, or break into your car, or steal your catalytic converter, or steal your mail or your identity, etc. So we're dealing with it in the system already. This would actually be a more efficient way of us addressing it earlier for the benefit of the user and the benefit of the community and the victim. Number two, these are cases that we already were doing before. So what we're talking about is bringing these cases back in a way that's smarter with those three off-ramps and can provide better treatment for users. But Oregon definitely does have a problem where we have this overburdened system. So we as a state also need to figure out a way to address the overburdened system at the same time. I like to say we need to walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to fix the ballot measure 110 crisis. We also need more public defenders. We need more judges. And we need more resources in the justice system. And those two things are not mutually exclusive. They can both proceed forward simultaneously.
Councilor Rippey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barton. I appreciate your input. A couple questions. First has to do with the off-ramp one. So when an officer confronts somebody that is using drugs, how is that officer going to determine whether that person has a capacity for rational decision-making to take advantage of off-ramp one?
That's a great question. And so what I'll tell you is this. The program that I'm proposing, law enforcement assisted diversion, is not a novel concept. It's a proven program. Marion County uses it right now with respect to non-drug possession crime. Because of course, drug possession is by and large not a crime anymore, but they use it for lower level misdemeanor crimes. So does Clackamas County. So there are ways that officers, and it doesn't need to be an officer, by the way, other non-police first responders, such as Portland Street Response in Portland, or the COOTS program in Eugene, which you may have heard about, or even the mental health response team here in Washington County, which pairs a police officer and a licensed clinical social worker together in the same squad car. It doesn't have to be the officer who's offering the opportunity to engage in that booking diversion program. To your question, however, the officer would need to work in conjunction with the treatment provider to make sure the person understands and has the capacity to enter into some sort of an agreement. If that person doesn't have that capacity, then certainly that pre-booking diversion off-ramp 1 wouldn't be an opportunity for that individual, because you can't make someone agree to something unless they truly choose to do it.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the training of our officers in the first place, and then making sure that they know how to handle a situation like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say this. Certainly, training officers and first responders, whether they're police or non-police responders, would need to occur. The other thing I want to be really upfront is this is not going to solve all problems. This is basically the best solution that we can come up with now. There will be people who choose not to engage in pre-booking diversion. There will be people who try it, fail. There will be people or communities where maybe it's not a good fit. So what we're proposing, however, is the best way to get more treatment for more people more quickly, but it won't solve everything.
Thank you. The second question I had was a couple months ago, we had a presentation about the issue of drug use, and it was brought to our attention during that presentation that Oregon has become a hub for international drug distribution. And my question was, your opinion, has Measure 110 contributed to that? Or was that something that was in existence prior to Measure 110?
Well, I would say Oregon's not so much a hub as it's a destination. So, yes, Measure 110, determining when did it exactly start, we've always had a problem going back decades with traffickers bringing drugs into America, Oregon, California, Washington, et cetera. If I were sitting in front of you 20 years ago, I'd talk about meth. If I were sitting in front of you 7 or 8 years ago, I'd talk about heroin. If I'm sitting in front of you now, I'd talk about fentanyl and meth and heroin. We are especially seeing a challenge when it comes to fentanyl, which is an easily packaged, easily transported substance that's often manufactured. The precursor elements are manufactured overseas. They're brought here to America and transported up the I-5 corridor from California. The statistic I heard the other day was that the vast majority of fentanyl that we see in Portland actually comes from the Tenderloin district in San Francisco, where it's packaged into pills. So, was this problem in existence before? Yes. Will it continue to be a problem 20 years from now? Sadly, yes. Is this the best way to reduce the impact on Oregon and save lives and communities? I believe it is.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Not really a question. I just want to say thank you. We need to do something.
Well, I live here too, so.
Yeah, no, I know you do,
Yes.
definitely.
I have a question. I know we're a little bit over time, so I apologize. But in this proposal, what's the action plan for working with the Measure 110 folks? I think it's a valiant effort, and it looks good on paper to say we have these 3 choices. We want people getting services, but you also have to bring people that people trust. You have to work with the partnerships, and I just am concerned. I guess, is there a plan within this group for there to be a joint task force, for there to be systems built out for supportive services?
Okay, I think I heard a couple questions, so I'm going to try and
Yeah.
parse them out a little bit. So we want this to be as successful as possible and as collaborative as possible, because I think getting everyone on the same page maximizes the odds of success. So yes, those conversations have happened. So our coalition came together with an idea that we didn't want to simply repeal 110. We wanted to take the pieces of 110, as I said earlier, that are working, that are good ideas, that were good improvements to Oregon. We wanted to keep those along and actually protect them even more than they're currently protected in law right now, which is protecting funding for evidence-based treatment providers. Under our proposal, that would be better than it currently is today. So we've been working with people who put those ideas and want to continue doing that. Now, in terms of work groups and task forces and that sort of thing, we're not interested. Those, frankly, I think Oregon has seen too many task forces and work plans and work groups and crisis plans, and I've been part of too many. We have a problem in the state doing a really good job of identifying a problem and talking about it, but not actually marching toward a solution. Because of the crisis level of the situation that we're dealing with today, we felt motivated to move forward. It's been over 3 years since 110 was passed. 3 years of the legislature not taking action to fix the problem that all of us see in front of us, which is why we came forward and said, here's our ballot measure proposal. We did that last fall. And now, thankfully, the legislature appears to be poised to take some type of an action in the short session. However, by all accounts, what it appears that they're likely to do is as little as possible to make it seem like they're doing something without actually moving the needle. And it seems like they're either going to make the crime of public use the recriminalization. In other words, it's only if a crime if you see it happening in front of you, or they're going to make the crime a recriminalization at the C misdemeanor level, which is the lowest possible level of a crime in Oregon law. The problem with both of those scenarios is it won't meaningfully address the addiction that we see in front of us, and it won't compel people to engage in treatment. So we think either one of those will be the legislature making it seem like they're doing something, but a year from now, we'll be sitting here having the same conversation about overdose deaths, communities and businesses and people struggling.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and I also agree with what they're saying. And I think that this is a really complex issue and has a lot of variables. And so to me, it's something that the community needs to come together on. I think that within service work, and experience, there's something to be gained. And then the DA's office also obviously comes into it from a public safety law enforcement. So I would just encourage an open mind of willingness to work together, because what I hear is two organizations that want the exact same thing. They want to help people recover from drug addiction. They want it, right? Like, that's the goal. And so the more we can work together, I think, is the better. Councillor Ewing and then Councillor Valenzuela.
So my question is, you mentioned that Washington County is posed in a good position because of our treatment center. If we do these off-ramps and the drug treatment center isn't up and running, what is going to be your alternative to providing these off-ramps if you're telling me it's going to be 1 or 2 years before that treatment program is actually fully running? Is that my understanding? And what will you do in the alternative time before that's up and running with your off-ramps?
Thank you for the question. Well, there's no doubt about it. Here in Washington County and statewide, we need more treatment infrastructure. That needs to happen. We need to build that up. And that's one of the reasons why we support the dedicated funding streams to allow for that infrastructure to continue to exist and to be built up. Before the CAT comes online, there are treatment providers in Washington County and around in the metro area that are currently offering treatment to people that we believe can be utilized for the different off-ramps that we are suggesting. So it's not as though there's no treatment now available, and there will be some 2 years from now. There needs to be more treatment now, no doubt about it. And we believe that when the CAT comes online, that will help address the treatment shortage. We probably need more beyond that. And so this is going to be a multi-step effort that we take, but we believe this allows us a path forward moving forward to getting people into that treatment, hopefully in a better way than is currently occurring.
Councillor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just have a comment. I'm just very doubtful that, the resources will be there. And we all want the same thing, like our mayor said. But also, what are the plans to really get those people who are bringing the drugs to our kids?
Thank you for that question.
That's just, that's where the effort needs to go, because drugs are going to keep on coming in. It's going to be, a new drug and then another one. And we're going to keep on fighting this continuously. So, if a lot of effort was put into getting these people that are bringing the drugs and selling it to our kids, the ones up there, those are the people that need to be incarcerated.
Well, I'm glad that you say that because I wholeheartedly agree. And a piece of our proposal that I touched on but didn't go into great depth had to do, as you might recall, with me saying we need to address both the supply side and the demand side. It's two sides of an equation. But we have to do both, not just one, but we have to do both, and we have to do both in a robust manner. And so again, the legislature has chosen not to enact some of these laws that we put forth in our ballot measure. One of them is the ability to send drug dealers to prison earlier. So we're not waiting for drug dealers to commit crime after crime after crime before we send them to prison. Another proposal is to criminalize the instance when someone deals drugs and it causes the death of another human being. That law is actually called Taylor's Law after a young man named Taylor Martinick who died because his dealer gave him tainted fentanyl pills. So we have these proposals to address some of those issues here on the supply side to make it harder for dealers to deal. But the other reality that I want to just emphasize, there's only so much that we in Oregon can do to stop a transnational drug trade. That issue about what's happening in China and what's happening overseas, coming over and then up the border, that issue needs to be dealt with and is being dealt with at the federal level by the DEA and federal authorities. But at the end of the day, we are stuck here in Oregon dealing with a scenario where that supply is coming in. So we need to make this as hostile an environment for drug dealers as possible so they think twice about coming to Oregon. But we also need to address the user side so that users who do engage in drug use can be motivated to also engage in treatment and recovery.
I think thank you so much for coming, taking all of our questions. Have a nice night.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to our item F on our agenda, which is our public hearings, ordinances, and resolutions. And I would like to invite our senior planner, Dan Reardon, up to talk about the Kyle Park property redesignation.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Dan Reardon, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. I will keep my comments very brief because I know we have other items on the agenda this evening, but I just would like to reiterate for the record that the Kyle property is currently designated as general industrial and that the property is impacted by the Gales Creek floodplain and associated riparian areas, which makes it very difficult to develop as an industrial use. While unsuitable for industrial development, the site has qualities fitting for recreation use. And of course, the city has acquired the property through donation for a city park. Some of the reasons it's suitable for recreation use include the property is adjacent to Gales Creek, which is an amenity for a park development. The Forest Grove Loop Trail can be extended through the site from the west through the site to connect to the Forest Grove Loop Trail. The site is large enough for amenities such as a bike skills area as called out for in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and that the property also has frontage on B Street, which provides good access to the site. And the site is large enough also to where parking could be accommodated on the site. So for these reasons, staff is recommending that the property be redesignated from general industrial to public on the comprehensive plan map and institutional on the zoning map. If council approves the ordinance, this action will do just that, redesignate the properties and allow for the park development to advance. This concludes the staff comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have at this time.
I have a question. It's about technicalities. Do I need to start with my script at the very top?
You can, open up if you would, the public hearing and allow for public testimony.
I'm going to open the public hearing. The City Council passed a motion during the January 8th City Council meeting continuing the public hearing and advancing ordinance number 2024-01 to a second reading on January 22nd. If approved by City Council, the ordinance will amend the Forest Grove Comprehensive Plan map and change the designation of a city-owned property at 1530 B Street from general industrial to public. Are there any additional comments or evidence that staff would like to enter into the record?
No further comments.
Yeah, thank you. Do any counselors have any questions for staff? I can't see, right, I can't see that there. I don't see any counselors on Zoom. So I will now call on persons who would like to comment on the proposal. Please state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone signed up to testify? I had no one signed up. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to use the raise hand feature to testify? Seeing none. I will now close the public hearing. Now that the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed, is there a motion from council approving the second reading of ordinance 2024-01?
I move that we approve ordinance number 2024-01.
I second.
Second.
Okay. Ordinance 2024-01 was moved by Councilor Rippey, seconded by Councilor Martinez. Are there any additional questions or further discussion from council on the motion before we proceed with a roll call vote? No, I think it's great. I'm excited. That's my comments.
Should have been done a long time ago.
Right. I know. Okay. So will the city recorder please call for a vote?
I think I have to read it by title only
Oh,
first.
it was not in the script. Oops, yep. City manager, please read ordinance 2024-01 by title only.
Ordinance number 2024-01, amending the Forest Grove Comprehensive Plan Map to redesignate the Kyle Park property at 1503 B Street Public, file number 311-23-000030-PLNG.
Thank you. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Councilor Rippey?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing?
Yes.
And Mayor Wenzel.
Yes, the Forest Grove City Council has voted 6-0 in favor of ordinance 2024-01, and it is adopted. Thank you. Thanks. Are you up again?
One more item for the zoning map.
Okay. Hang on. Let me see my... Do I need to read the same script? Oh my goodness.
Similar.
I thought there was just like a copy issue. Like, why am I getting the same script? Okay. I will now reopen the public hearing on order 2024-01, amending the zoning map designation for the city-owned property at 1530 B Street, consistent the Forest Grove Comprehensive Plan Map amended by ordinance 2024-01. If approved, the order will formally amend the Forest Grove zoning map to designate the property at 1530 B Street institutional, consistent with the public Forest Grove Comprehensive Plan Map designation. Are there any additional comments or evidence that the staff would like to enter into the record?
No further comments.
Do any counselors have questions for staff? Seeing none, I will now call on persons who would like to comment on the proposal. Please state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone signed up to testify or anyone in the audience who would like to testify? Seeing none, anyone on Zoom? Seeing none. The public hearing is closed. Now that the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed, is there a motion from the council approving order 2024-01?
I move that we approve order 2024-01.
Second.
I second.
Okay. It was moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Councilor Rippey. Are there any additional questions or further discussion from council? Seeing none, will the city manager read order 2024-01 by title only?
Order number 2024-01, amending the Forest Grove zoning map to redesignate the Kyle Park property at 1530 B Street institutional, file number 311-23-000030-PLNG.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call vote?
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Councilor Rippey?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel.
Yes. Order number 2024-01 has been adopted by the Forest Grove City Council in a 6-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, next up we have item F2, which is the Browns Farm Development, and we're going to have staff. Let me make sure I have my right. I'll just read the script. City Council, I'm going to open the public hearing. City Council passed a motion during the January 8th City Council meeting, continuing the public hearing and advancing ordinance number 2024-02 to second reading on January 22nd. If approved by the City Council, the ordinance will amend the text of Table 4-1 of the City of Forest Grove Development Code to increase the residential density maximum specifically and only within the Area 2 Davidson neighborhood mixed-use zone to 15.5 units per net acre. Are there any additional comments or evidence that staff would like to enter into the record?
None from me.
Okay. No? Okay. Do any counselors have questions for staff? Seeing none. Ask the applicant if they would like, nope, there was no testimony. So now, public testimony. I will now call on persons who would like to comment on the proposal. Please state your name and address for the record. There was no one signed up to testify. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify? Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to testify on item F2, the Brown development? Seeing none, there was no testimony, but would the applicant like to respond? Okay. The public hearing is closed. Now that the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed, is there a motion from council approving the second reading of ordinance 2024-02?
I move that we approve ordinance number 2024-02.
I'll second it, Counselor Ewing.
Ordinance 2024-02 was moved by Councilor Rippey, seconded by Councilor Ewing. Are there any additional questions or further discussion from council on the motion before we proceed with roll call vote? I'd have one thing, of course. I just want to make sure that Public Works is like the crosswalk situations are. I mean, I know there was a lot of questions on public testimony 2 weeks ago, but I just feel like we want people to walk to town. We want people to ride their bikes. We want that really to be mixed modal use, and that's a little scary to me. So I just want to keep like eyes on that prize, that to make sure there's safe pedestrian crossings.
So I was just going to say, I believe that Greg Robertson might be joining us if there are questions, but I did speak with him earlier today. The applicant has had substantial communication with their department, and they are moving forward to implement the crosswalk in the safest location. Greg indicated that the proposed location from the applicant is likely the safest location. And so they'll just keep working towards that as one of their conditions of approval. That will be part of the order that follows this ordinance.
Okay, cool. Councilor Ewing had her hand first, then we'll go to you.
Actually, my question was on the safety for the crosswalk, as well as accessibility for the quads to 47. So if we could talk a little bit about that, do we have plans on making it more accessible for those living in that more isolated kind of quad area?
I will defer to David. As I understood his testimony last time, is that with those clear and objective standards requirements, there's no way, because there's nothing explicitly within the development code that can require crossings or additional crossings. So if David, if you're...
I think you need to promote him.
There it is.
Okay. Can people hear me all right?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I was just promotion has solved it. So yeah, as we talked about last time, it really does kind of come down to whether there's basically a clear and objective standard that the council can point to allow essentially a condition that would say, put the crosswalk here for this reason. We did talk about this, internally, and I think staff, and the applicant have talked. It sounds like the applicant's proceeding with the condition as it's drafted, but it's probably as it's written and as it's drafted about the best. Unfortunately, if you look at it that way, that we're going to do. I mean, there just isn't a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the way that, particularly in the past maybe 24 months, that LUBA is looking at these issues if they're presented with them. So my recommendation would be to go with the condition as it's written. I think that's going to be the best opportunity for the city.
Thank you. Councilor Rippey?
Thank you. This really has nothing to do with the developer's application, but it's more of a request from the city in particular with that regard to that intersection and the pedestrian crossing at the intersection of 47 and Sunset. I think currently there are no pedestrian controlled lights that signal whether it's okay for a pedestrian to cross. So I guess the easiest thing for me to say is that we'd work with ODOT to make it the same standards as the intersection at Quince and Pacific or TV Highway, where we have those kinds of devices. I think that's imperative that we get that done there, because there are going to be people not only from that small development north of the road there, the 24 townhouses or so, but there are going to be people coming from the David Hill neighborhood down along 47 to get to the commercial area, and they're going to need to cross that street. So we've got to have a very good pedestrian crossing mechanisms there to keep it safe. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any additional comments, questions from council? Okay, will the city manager please read ordinance 2024-02 by title only?
Ordinance number 2024-02, amending the text of the Forest Grove Development Code to increase the maximum residential density permitted by Table 4.1 in Article 4, specifically and only within the Area 2 Davidson Neighborhood Mixed-Use Zone Site, file number 311-23-000025-PLNG.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call for the roll call vote?
Council President Gustafson? Councilor
Yes.
Rippey?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes, the vote is 6-0. Ordinance 2024-02 is adopted. Okay, moving on to order 2024-02. I will open the public hearing. I will now reopen the public hearing on order number 2024-02, approval of a mixed-use plan development, MUPD, a 3-lot land partition, and a request for a 20% 7-foot adjustment to the height of the multi-family apartment structures within the MUPD. Are there any additional comments or evidence that staff would like to enter into the record?
Nothing from me.
Do any counselors have questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. I will now call on persons who would like to comment on the proposal. Please state your name and address for the record. There was no one signed up to testify. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify? Seeing none. Anyone on Zoom? Seeing none. Do any counselors have any additional questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Okay, the public hearing is closed.
Mayor,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just for the sake of the record, you may want to ask the applicant if they have anything more to contribute.
That wasn't in blue.
And I doubt it, but let's just see.
Okay, I will, but just for the record, that wasn't in blue on my script. I'm just gonna state that. Does the applicant have anything additional for the record? Okay. Thank you. And then counselors don't have any additional. Okay, so now I'm gonna close the public hearing. Sorry about that, applicant. Do counselors have any? So don't we usually do discussion? I'm gonna skip this one. And is there a motion from council approving order 2024-02 with the conditions recommended by staff with the exception of original condition number 4, which has been stricken?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, good.
Okay, moved by Counselor Ewing and seconded by Counselor Gustafson. Is there any discussion by council? Seeing none, will the city manager please read order 2024-02 by title only?
Order number 2024-02, approving a mixed-use plan development, MUPD, file number 311-23-0000022-PLNG, a subordinate 3-lot land partition, file number 311-23-0000024-PLNG, and a request for a 20% increase of the current height allowance for the apartment complex structures within the proposed mixed-use plan development, file number 311-23-0000023-PLNG.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call for a vote?
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Counselor Rippey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Counselor Ewing?
Yeah.
And Mayor Wenzel?
Yes, the vote is 6-0. Order 2024-02 is adopted with the omission of stricken condition number 4 and will become effective 30 days from today's date upon enactment of ordinance 2024-02. Thank you. Thank you for driving out here, applicant. Thanks, staff. Okay. So many stars. So we are now switching pages. We're now moving on to item F3, which is a public hearing appeal of director's approval of an emergency shelter using 12 to 16 sleeping pods at 2500 22nd Avenue. Wait, I gotta do this. This is right. I have it. Nothing. I will now open the hearing on the appeal of the Community Development Director's decision to approve Foundation Village's application for the emergency shelter under state law. The application proposal to locate 12 to 16 emergency shelters, also known as pods, at 2500 22nd Avenue in Forest Grove, and to convert the existing dwelling into a kitchen, restroom, and bathing facilities. Now I gavel? Already opened it. This one's a lot different. Today's hearing will proceed as follows. First, we will hear the staff report. Then we will hear from the applicant, Foundation Village. Then we will hear from the appellants. After that, we will hear from anyone who supports the application. Next, we will hear from anyone who opposes the application. Then the applicant may provide any rebuttal. Finally, staff may address any issues that arise in the testimony or provide clarification. The City Council may ask questions of staff or the public at any time. Once testimony is complete, I will close the record. Once the record is closed, we will not hear any more testimony or take additional evidence. The City Council will deliberate and make a decision on the appeal. The City Council's decision must be based on the criteria in state law. Those criteria are described in the staff report. Please direct your testimony to those standards. If there are other criteria you believe apply, please identify the standard and why you think it applies. When you come up to testify, please give us your name and address for the record. Because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, I ask the members of the City Council to disclose any ex parte communication you may have had on this application, as well as any biases or conflict of interest. So any disclosures? Councilor Valenzuela.
Yes, I am a member of the Forest Grove Foundation Board.
Okay.
I don't
Do
know
you
if that
think you
applies.
can, so at this point, Counselor Valenzuela, I believe you need to state if you're choosing to weigh on this and you can be impartial, or if you would like
I
to
can be
recuse.
impartial, absolutely.
Okay, anyone else? Would any members of the audience want, at this point, people can, it's not in the script, but can't someone say challenge?
They may want to challenge.
Yeah, does anyone want to challenge a counselor's impartiality? What? What? Okay. Not quite yet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Correct.
So, first of all, the comments need to be on the record. I don't think the microphone picks it up when you talk from the audience. So when you come up to testify, make sure you make that point and we can address it at that time. If you'd like, I can address the whole bias conflict of interest issue immediately.
Yeah, do you want to do that?
So under state law, there's actually a statute with a legal definition of what constitutes a conflict of interest, and it has to do with whether or not you will get a financial benefit or detriment from the decision you're making. If you are, then you can't participate. If you might, then it's a potential conflict of interest. You have to declare it, but you can still participate. So a conflict of interest is only involved when there's an actual financial benefit or detriment that the person will experience by making a decision. I think what you're talking about is bias. When somebody's on the board of an organization that has an application pending before the city, are they biased either in favor of or against that application? That's the challenge I think you need to make. And under state law, at least the courts have so far concluded that when a member who has a potential bias declares that they can be impartial, the courts will take the member at their word unless there's pretty good evidence in the record that they cannot be. If they've already prejudged the application and there's evidence in the record that they have, then they really are biased and they can't participate. Otherwise, the courts will accept, a city councilor, planning commissioner, whatever have you, will accept their word that they can in fact be impartial and set aside any bias they might have and reach an objective decision on the application. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, anything further? So at this point, I'm going to ask that we hear the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Brian Pohl, Community Development Director, here with you, obviously, with the City Attorney, Chris Crean. On the appeal hearing for the Forest Grove Foundation Pod Village. Next slide, please. By way of outline, tonight we'll talk about the purpose, the background and legislative history, criteria that apply to this application, our process, proposal itself, what staff used to, or what staff determined based on the findings, the appeal itself and the public comment received, as well as council considerations and options. Next slide. So tonight, we're here to hear the appeal of staff's decision to, the director's decision to authorize a 12 to 16 unit pod village at 2500 22nd Avenue. This will be an opportunity for the Forest Grove Foundation to explain the proposal, answer any questions that the City Council may have for them. It's also an opportunity for residents to publicly comment on this proposal. Council can obviously ask any questions about the proposal from their staff or the foundation. Council will also have the additional to add any additional conditions of approval of the proposal if desired. And of course, it's also an opportunity to make a ruling to uphold or deny the appeal. So this goes back to 2021. The first iteration of this legislation happened in HB 2006. This was a bill that came through Salem that basically required local jurisdictions to approve emergency shelters so long as certain criteria are met. The criteria are, I think there's 6 criteria, and that's it. And so we're kind of wading through a lot of new territory here. You have not seen an application like this before. You have seen land use applications. Land use does not apply here. As it was written, the original 2006 sunsetted on July 1st, 2022. However, next slide, please. In 2022, House Bill 4051 actually extended the sunset date of HB 2006 to July 1st, 2023. And then in 2023, the Omnibus Housing Bill came through. That was HB 3395. And that addressed a number of different housing and homelessness issues and everything, but it also removed the sunset date on this legislation. The new sunset date is triggered by a point-in-time count from HUD, where less than 0.18% of the state's population is homeless. So basically, and we're currently at about 0.47% of the state's population being homeless. Basically, this portion of the legislation is still in effect until that number, point-in-time count, gets below that 0.18% threshold. This includes sheltered and unsheltered homeless. What was also interesting in 3395 was that a provision for attorney's fees was awarded. So basically, tonight, if the council were to deny this or sort of deny the proposal, and the applicant took this to circuit court and they prevailed, then the city would be on the hook for attorney fees. So that's an interesting little wrinkle that was added in 2023. Next slide. So it's very important to talk about this in sort of just kind of plain terms, I think. There's no process assigned to this in state law. The only thing that really state law contemplates is that local government shall appeal an application for emergency shelter if the criteria. That clearly points to some sort of application, obviously, some sort of local process, but there's nothing described in state law. What we did was we worked with sort of a modified land use process. Again, which is not a land use proceeding, so don't take it that way, but we use a good sort of indicator of what a good public process is. We consider that, sort of in the land use realm, what we call a type 2, administrative decision with notice to surrounding property owners. And that's the process we decided on with the city council, or sorry, as it applies to this hearing and how it's reported. We did require a community meeting by the Forest Grove Foundation prior to their application. We then noticed all property owners within 300 feet of the application and had a 14-day public comment period subsequent to that notice. We then reviewed the application, issued our decision, and then we issued that same notice of decision to all of the same property owners who received the notice of application. 14-day appeal period, the appeal to the city council. Next slide, please. So I won't go through and belabor all the dates, but these are the dates that were sort of key along the process, including the appeal being filed on December 20th, and then having the appeal hearing tonight on January 22nd. We would then hope for that you would direct staff to draft an order to come and adopt at the February 12th, 2024 meeting. It's a little bit different than you're probably used to, but we considered that it would be allowed sort of testimony and sort of opinions on the council as to why or why this should not be upheld or denied. And we would bring that that order back to you, sort of reflecting what was deliberated here tonight. It should be noted that asterisk right there, 2 additional letters were received during the appeal period. Neither of those additional 2 letters are both in your packet, but neither of the additional 2 letters were actually stated to be filing for an appeal. We did, however, include those in the packet, and the issues are in this presentation. And those owners who submitted those letters were also noticed at tonight's hearing. Next slide, please. So what the council has the opportunity to do tonight is you can also impose additional conditions in addition to if you decide to approve or deny the application, as long as so long as to ensure that the project operates in compliance with state statute. Important to note again that this decision tonight can be appealed to Washington County Circuit Court. It's a writ of review filed with the Circuit Court. It's not a de novo hearing. It's actually on the record of what happens tonight if it does go there. If the city approves the project and the decision is affirmed by the Circuit Court, the city is entitled to attorney's fees by whoever appeals it. And if the city denies the project and the decision is reversed at the appellate or the appeals court, I'm sorry, the circuit court, then the appellant is actually entitled. An easy way to remember this is if the shelter prevails, whoever is filing the application is on the hook for attorney. Next slide. So these are the criteria that apply to emergency shelters. There are a couple things about the entity that's running the emergency shelter, but these are the criteria for the shelter itself. You can read them here, but the main thing we're looking at right here is these 6 criteria, including sleeping and restroom facilities, complying with applicable building codes, located inside the urban growth boundary, nothing that can't be built in high hazard areas and things like that, adequate transportation access to commercial medical services, and probably most importantly and most debatably, I suppose, will not pose any unreasonable risk to public health or safety. There are also criteria required of the operating entity, in this case, the Forest Grove Foundation, and that's just basically that it can either be a local government or it can be an organization with at least 2 years' experience operating an emergency shelter that is, in this case, a public benefit corporation that's defined for 65.401. Next slide, please. So with respect to the proposal itself, the Forest Grove Foundation proposes 12 to 16 sleeping pods on site. They're heated, they're insulated, they have electricity, there's an egress window. If you don't know what an egress window is, basically it's sort of an alternate way out of the building, fire or something like that. There's no plumbing and no cooking facilities within the individual units. However, the existing house on site and garage would be retained and remodeled into a common building to provide cooking facilities, a common area, more restrooms, additional showers, and laundry. The applicant does intend and will be conditioned to abandon the existing septic system and connect to the city's sewer. The applicant also intends to employ full-time site management to monitor the site and enforce the rules. Application has been conditioned as such as well. And the applicant also intends to use shuttle service for transportation. Next slide. This is the site. It's at the end of 22nd Avenue, industrial to the north, railroad right-of-way to the south, some different industrial uses off to the west. Across the railroad right-of-way, there's some open space and then some single-family dwellings to the south, as well as multi. Slide, please. So the site plan proposed, you can see the gravel pathway connecting all the pods as proposed. You see that there are 4 pods there that are kind of grayed out that I suppose are the additional 4 pods. We get 12 to 16 pods. Next slide, please. This is what the applicant submitted as their proposed pod design. Some decent structures looking, and these are not exactly what would be built out there. These are more prototypes to kind of give you an idea of what these will look like. But I suppose any questions that the council might have about these, they can direct towards the applicant. Next slide, please. So when staff reviewed this, looked at the definition of emergency shelter, which was a building or cluster of buildings that provides shelter on a temporary basis for individuals and families who lack permanent housing. These pods are not intended to be permanent housing per se. They believe that the definition of emergency shelter was met on that basis. Obviously, they include sleeping and restroom facilities. Pods themselves do not have restroom facilities. The common building would, however, as well as laundry, shower, and cooking facilities. These pods also would have to be required to meet applicable building codes. With respect to these kinds of structures, State Building Code Section 102.2.2.1 does exempt pods and other emergency shelters from building codes. However, it's important to note that any remodeling of the dwelling on the site or the garage would have to obtain building permits and apply. obviously, this site also lies within the Forest Grove urban growth boundary. Next slide. No known natural hazards on the site. As far as the transportation access to commercial medical services, there are bus stops less than a half-mile away. It's walkable to downtown and commercial services. And as mentioned before briefly, the foundation will supply transportation for other trips that aren't easily made on foot. Will not pose an unreasonable risk to public health and safety. Staff believe that the provision of full-time caretakers, as well as the location being significant distance from residents and structures, and the public health aspect of the conversion from septic to sanitary sewer made that criterion met by the as well as the foundation having the 2 years experience and nonprofit status. They are a 501c3. They did do the emergency sheltering in 2018 and 2018. Next slide, please. So there were a myriad of public comments in both the appeal and the 2 letters that came alongside the appeal. But basically, whether or not this meets the definition of emergency shelter, concern about the number of clients on site, as well as the number of caretakers on site, whether or not this represented adequate staffing or not, potential impact on Elms and Senior and Community Center, any sort of monitoring from Forest Grove Police Department, things like should they have an annual visit, those sorts of things, safety and drug use on the site, refuse accumulation and maintenance of the property. There was one mention in one of the letters that the foundation or the city has experience running this type of shelter. Potential for having campers and tents along 22nd. Client stay duration, whether that's temporary or permanent. That the road is unpaved and unsuitable for heavy use. And finally, that the foundation leaders are not residents of Forest Grove. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of those sorts of objections raised, but when you get to what's actually a part of the condition or the criteria being challenged, what you see here is these are the criteria that are actually being challenged out of all the different concerns raised. One of those is whether the pod proposal meets the definition of emergency shelter. And as we stated on slide 15, that definition is a building or cluster of buildings that provide shelter on a temporary basis for individuals and families who lack permanent housing. It's a pretty wide open definition, and I do believe they meet that definition. Whether the pod village poses an unreasonable risk to public health or safety. Of course, this is like an old sort of age-old legal thing, what definition of reasonable, what is an unreasonable risk? Some risk is probably inherent in this application proposed. Whether or not that's an unreasonable risk could be debated and probably will be debated. Staff's basis for decision on unreasonable risk was that the Forest Grove Foundation was taking steps with having an active caretaker, with having transportation, with connecting to the sewer, those sorts of things to ameliorate the risk that they would have in developing this shelter. And then we've already kind of addressed the 2-year experiential requirement from the foundation. Refer to slide 16. That's what the foundation submitted. Staff obviously took that and had that in their back pocket, so to speak, to satisfy that criteria. Slide, please. So in conclusion, based on the evidence provided and all the materials in the record, staff does believe that the applicant has met their burden of proof in demonstrating compliance with the criteria. The applicant is in agreement with the proposed conditions of approval. And so at the conclusion of the hearing, the council has some different options, obviously. You can uphold the appeal or reverse the staff approval. Kind of 2 ways of saying the same thing, really. You can deny the appeal and uphold the staff approval, or you can deny the appeal, uphold staff approval, and add additional conditions to the proposal. Next slide, please. So staff is here along with the city attorney to answer any questions. You may also want to consider asking the applicant questions. They'll have time to present it as well up here. So I will pause now and be available for any questions.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to double check. According to the script, so we should ask questions after the staff report, after the applicant, and after the appellant? We could, okay, that's not in there. I just wanted to make sure I did this correctly.
Wherever you'd like.
Okay. So are there any questions for staff?
For staff?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I think so. Thank you. So thanks, Brian. Going back in reference to your, in reference to the Oregon law, I forget what the number was, about the sunset clause. And okay, does that clause directly impact council's choice or ability to conditionally limit the permit by a set time frame? So in other words, according to the law, you have to get down to 0.18%. That could be years. Okay, so, but does that then imply that the council can't limit the length of the permit by some years?
We have talked a little bit about this on staff, and I'm just going to go ahead and defer to my friend Chris over here, the city attorney. Let him.
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing in the statute that addresses that question, right? I think the assumption is because the city shall approve, statute says shall approve if the application meets those standards. If you put a 2-year time limit on it, they'll come back in 2 years and present the same application, and you would have to approve it again. But there's nothing in the statute that prohibits you from putting that kind of 2-year time limit on it either.
Okay, thank you.
Council, wait, did you have another question? I'm sorry.
No, I think the rest of my questions are for the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Council President Gustafson.
Just to clarify, and maybe I should wait for the applicant, but I was looking at the map to try to kind of see exactly where this is. And I know there's railroad tracks right there. Is there currently like a 6-foot fence that would separate that property from the railroad tracks?
I did a site visit on this property. I don't recall the date, but I do recall a tall fence in the front yard. I could not access the back of that, so it might be something the applicant can comment to.
Okay, I'll wait. Thanks.
Thank you.
We can also note, though, that it's not an active railroad either.
No. Yeah, it's not active. I have a quick question.
Oh, well, that's fine.
I have a question. I think it's for our city attorney, Crean. Is it within the city's scope? Could we put a condition of having a management plan? Or is that not in compliance with?
So I'll put it to you this way, because I think the answer will inform a lot of questions about conditions, right? There are the 6 criteria that Brian listed in the staff report. It has to be inside the UGB, things like that. All you have to determine that it meets those criteria. And one of them is it does not present an unreasonable risk to public health and safety. If you feel that a management plan is the only way to ensure compliance with that criterion, then you add a condition, and we can write a finding that says, as conditioned, that criterion is met.
Okay, so we can do that.
You can do that.
Great.
But you have to be able to
say it's
demonstrate with some particularity why it's necessary in order for this application to meet that standard. In other words, why is the management plan necessary to protect public health and safety? If we can articulate that, then certainly you can impose that as a condition of approval.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, does the applicant wish to testify?
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Council President, councilors, city manager, city staff. My name is Sean Cardwell. I'm the executive director of the Forest Grove Foundation. This hearing concerns the criteria for siting on a piece of property the Forest Grove Foundation is hoping to purchase for an emergency shelter we envision as a stabilizing transitional housing village. This is neither a location for an encampment, nor is it a location for a no-barrier shelter. nor is it a village designed physically or programmatically like other local villages. Citing this property would allow the Forest Grove Foundation the opportunity to establish a village that provides a stabilizing shelter program for neighbors living outside to transition inside. This program will provide a range of services, including case management, engagement with addiction and behavioral health services, agreements concerning conduct and progress towards personal goals, permanent housing navigation, transportation services, and good neighbor agreements with the surrounding community. Citing this land will allow us the opportunity to purchase the property, to start the physical development of the site, to continue to plan for its programming and hiring, and to further engage the community to establish a successful village. We greatly appreciate the City of Forest Grove staff's presentation of our application and decision for approval already given. Thank you, Brian and staff. And we understand there will be questions later, and we're glad to address additional topics that come up this evening. There may be a number from council or others, and I will wait to hear more of those before I say more. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
There's, looks like Donna's got.
Yeah, we'll go with Council President Gustafson first.
Hi, Sean. Can you hear me?
Can.
Wonderful. So my one of my questions was going to be about fencing to keep people from walking on the railroad tracks because that's a safety issue. But then everybody else said that that railroad track isn't in use anymore. So that I don't think that that's important as much. My other comment is or question is on the transportation. So this is, you know, not exactly right next to the bus line. But you mentioned you have transportation available. Can you just elaborate on that? Is it going to be like routine or as needed, that sort of thing?
Thanks, Council President. I will address the fencing issue, though, as it may be a concern to others. The entire property is surrounded, depending on which side, with a 6-foot or 8-foot fence. Some of which is chain link with, I'm not a fencing expert, I'm sorry, with slats. Some is just wood. Some has chain link around the top, not chain link, barbed wire around the top as well. Concerning transportation, transportation will be managed in a couple of ways. One, we have an existing and robust relationship with TriMet, which will be able to provide transportation to participants in our program freely, period. The other aspect is we already own 2 vehicles in our possession with drivers that we use for outreach and other programmatic things. We have the budget also to add a 3rd if we need. So how that will be managed, will it be appointment-based? Will it be through case managers helping understand what clients need? We can't determine that at this point in time, but we have those resources available. How we'll schedule that, how we'll plan for that, we're not exactly sure. GroveLink is also close resource as well for that hopeful village.
Great. So it sounds like transportation you've got covered. That's all the question I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Ewing?
Hi, Sean. Good to see you this evening. So I'm going to let, I know that your presentation wasn't very long, but I'm going to ask you to please address some of the concerns that we received from our community members. Particularly, how do you define it as a temporary village when there is no time limit addressed? So that makes me concerned that it has become now a permanent facility. Will your residents have a time frame in which they must meet certain goals and move to the next level? What is the process on that?
Yeah, there'll be an intake process and expectations aligned with the goals of the participants of the program. We expect that the transition to permanent housing outside of our transitional village may take up to a year, and we can put programmatic expectations on that. It may take a month. We also have relationship with Washington County Supportive Housing Services and are able to, through case management and housing navigation, enter people into that process. So that mostly will be an expectation for most to have to enter that process. Most people living outside are already in that process, into a permanent housing process, managed by one of our internal workers or by another organization based on how that SHS program works. So housing is a very important part of that process. We can't put a timeline on any one participant, but we don't expect that anyone would be there longer than 1 year at the very max. Thus, it also allows turnover, and turnover is a good thing when people are getting housed or coming out of recovery or going into recovery. So that process allows for the capacity from a 12 to 16 village to multiply itself simply by those individuals getting housed.
So you're talking about 12 to 16 pods. Those are single units.
Yeah.
They're not open or large enough for families to stay together. Those are just specifically for single individuals.
That's correct.
Okay. Another question they had was they were concerned that you weren't going to have enough staff. You are going to have more than just the manager. Is that correct or not?
That's absolutely correct. We already have funding for that staff, and although not all hired yet, until we actually have a site and a purchased piece of property, there will be at least 3 to 4 full-time equivalents dedicated to that space, as well as programmatic support from our food program, transportation, et cetera. So it will be as robustly covered as possible to make a successful program.
So are you going to then have rules in place for residency so that if somebody, what would a rule be if somebody violated, which would be a removal from the village?
I'm not sure I understand. Sorry, you're asking, can you restate your question, Counselor? I'm sorry.
Sure, I'm sorry. I hear from your comments that there are going to be an intake. There certainly will be rules to being a resident in a pod in the village. Though, do you have an idea, or could you tell the community what a violation would look like that would remove somebody from the village, i.e. guns, drugs? Is there something in place that will remove people who are causing issues with the village?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thanks, Counselor. We are committed to working out the plans for all of that, although not all have been delineated yet. And some of that requires the hiring, the process of building out the program. We are not interested in keeping people that are committing crimes within the village on site, for example. So it's still a place that needs to adhere to the law. So I would hate to speculate on an offense that someone in our village would be creating or committing and the rules for that. We do plan on making those rules. We plan on a community engagement process and hearing input from the community on what they think those rules should be as well. Until we haven't made those yet, and then until we can get a piece of land sited and purchased, we're waiting to do that work.
I'm really glad to hear that, and I'm really glad that it's on the record for our community members. One last question I have is there was concern about your experience. There is definitely a difference in experience needed for a 24/7 shelter versus an emergency shelter at a UCC. And then also you cited your experience with being with the service hub. So is that service hub completed? Will it be part of the village? Where do we go with that?
Yeah, the service hub has been functioning in certain ways, although not 100% complete, but will be within the next few months. that's an integral part of just the service the Forest Grove Foundation provides by providing other, county participants, other service providers, a place to join us in serving Forest Grove and the wider area. We're very excited to continue to do that work. I'm sorry if I'm missing an aspect of that. The Service Hub will be an integral part of this. A Service Hub provides food, for example, and food will be provided at the village. So there will be lots of transportation just back and forth between our hub and our Hopeful Pod Village, and the other direction, those in the Pod Village that want to meet a service provider for a service that we don't provide, but another partner does at the hub. So there will be a lot of back and forth there.
Okay, I wanted to have that clarified because that's an important part of success and sustainability for people, is to have those services. I think that I've covered most of the questions that I got from community members. Is there anything else you'd like to add for reassurance, Sean, to our community members that expressed concern?
Well, I'm happy to address any questions. I'm not trying to avoid any of them. I just know that anything that I provide may be a distraction to the actual issues at hand. So happy to engage on whatever front, counselor or community. Yeah.
Thank you.
You want to go here? Counselor Martinez.
So one question I have, considering that, I don't want to say this wrong, or be disrespectful. With 2 years' experience, I would think that there would be some idea of what the consequences would be for a violation of the community's rules.
Sure. Didn't hear a question. I'm sorry. I'm happy.
So that is my question, because you aren't sure at this point what the consequences would be for a violator. Yet, I think that's an important issue to address, to have those already thought out, since you have 2 years experience with a community or village.
Yeah, well, part of the aspect is we're not intending to delineate all of those things until we can site the village and identify the piece of property, the land, the programmatic aspects that also involve community input. So although there are best practices that we will adhere to, there are aspects of running a sheltering program or a pod village. It's hard for me to call out a specific violation. I think you're asking for, give me the violation and maybe the consequence of that violation. Those have not all been delineated, and the challenge is the challenge of your question is, how do we make that list today?
Well, what's been done at villages that you've worked with in the past, it sounds like really your experiences with the UCC church and with more contained sheltering and not with a pod village. That's my question there.
Yeah.
Or concern.
Okay. Again, I'm sorry. I just need I'm not sure the question. I take your statement though.
I still feel that there should be some more concrete thought behind consequences.
Sure.
At this point.
We're committed to making those. Don't get me wrong.
No, I understand that. I apologize.
No, yeah, we're committed to making those, and the energy and time to make those this has not happened at this point in time. But we also don't have a purchased piece of property to do this, and so there's a large amount of work both in finishing the physical property as well as the programmatic. But I don't know if you'd like me to say something more concrete. If you want a threshold for being kicked out of our village, maybe, or I'm not sure what your intent is.
That would be good. Some
We'll
sort of concrete ideas. Now, I would think that you would have some of those now. Yeah. I feel like you're glossing over this issue, this subject.
The issue of offenses in the camp or in the village.
So
glossing over that.
Pardon?
I'm just making sure I understand. You think I'm glossing over people creating offenses in the village.
Just addressing the issue of possible offenses in the village and what consequences there would be for that.
If offenses are committed, if they're legal offenses, law enforcement would be involved. If there are violations of the community rules or the intake process, there will be consequences delineated with that, which could extract a person from the village. It could put them on some sort of plan for improvement of their behaviors. If there's violations, again, I don't know what other violations you might be considering, but yeah. I'm happy to also bring up programmatic representation that we have here. We have a team of people here that can address specific issues if you like.
That would be fine too.
Yeah. I apologize. I don't feel like you're being very specific on, you're thinking of specific offenses maybe, or what would remove people, but a rules book has not been written yet for this Pod Village.
Well, one of our counselors had brought up possible gun issues, somebody bringing in a weapon to the village.
Yeah. Guns will not be welcome on our site.
Okay. What sort of services will be provided?
Yeah, a number of the services will be provided. I mentioned some of those in my introduction. Case management services. A number of individuals living outside are in recovery or addressing their recovery process, so addiction and behavioral health services will be provided. Housing navigation. There's potential job training opportunities there.
So I know when you had the building up here, a couple blocks up, the former Ridge Walker building, those were things that you had talked about doing there, and it never seemed to materialize as far as I know. I'm not sure what happened with that, and maybe you could explain that.
Yeah, I'm happy to explain that. My fear is getting off the topic of the siting, but that property has been developed in certain ways, including food provision for our outreach team, going out, providing food to people in encampments and other sheltering situations. And a large part of that is also being developed. We have a contractor under contract to finish some office spacing in that, and partnership agreements working with a couple of providers that will allow for the potential of telehealth meetings, as behavioral health meetings, and interactions with other service providers that do things beyond our scope of work.
And I understand it's not specifically about the village, yet it does talk to follow through in the past, because it was over a year ago that those were talked about, and like I said, we didn't really see that materialize at that building.
Well, yes, I understand that prerogative, and I don't remember the month that I came to give a presentation that delineated the progress we had made on that, so I would refer to that at that time, and if the council would like the Foursquare Foundation to come and give an account of that again, we'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Rippey.
Thank you. Just some questions for clarification again. I know that Councilor Ewing asked for one person per pod, so no families, no couples. What about pets? Are pets going to be allowed? And if so, then what are the provisions going to be taken with regard to pet behavior, that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
And go ahead, you can answer the pets. I've got another one.
Yeah. Similarly, we look to build understanding of what the pet needs or the pet keeping needs will be of every camper, and allowing pets is challenging on one hand, and not allowing pets is challenging on the other. So we don't yet have a partnership with any pet professionals, but would be looking forward to understanding the interesting and challenging nuance of both of those worlds. And we're sympathetic to those that have pets and know that it would also bring a challenge to our village allowing pets.
And so is it safe to say that there will be no minors in the village?
That's correct.
So that's age 18 or below?
Correct.
Okay. So
And technically, we don't, anyone under 25 is considered youth in homelessness, and that gets referred to another place as well.
That's
So,
what I thought. So
yeah.
I just for clarification, just want to make sure that we all understand what's going on. So there's electricity being provided, and the cooking is intended to be into the common house. But what about people using hot plates and microwaves or something in their pods for their own cooking? Is that going to I just want to make sure that
no, there'll be rules of conduct associated with cooking in pods.
Okay, yeah, anyway, so I think what Councilor Martinez was also suggesting was that, and I know that Mayor Wenzel and I have visited and been shown other successful Pod Village configurations, particularly in Bend, but also in Eugene. Management is key to the successful operation of it, and so I think therein lies some of the questions with regard to this is to try and, even though this is a site application, whether or not it is approved or conditioned has a lot to do with the management. So I think several months ago when we were dealing with the proposed Pod Village out on Elm Street, I made the comment to the chair of the county commission that it's a three-legged stool: location, neighborhood support, and management. And without all three of those, or without one of those three, you're really not going to, the stool's not going to stand. So I think most of the questions right now around the whole management part of that. And so, yeah, I think it's important that the council understand what the management principles are going to be, the rules, so to speak. I know that they're not developed necessarily yet, but those other villages have nonprofits that are managing them that have years and years of experience in this and already know what those kinds of things are. What are the landmines to avoid? One of the other things that I would be concerned about or interested in is it's not just the rules themselves, but it's the process, which is some of the questions here. So when there is a violation, how is it managed by the management? So what process is used by management to determine whether or not, one, a violation occurred, and then two, what steps are taken as a result of that? And it could be, as you alluded to, maybe a phased approach, some remuneration or something like that before you get kicked out. But all of that is what is of interest not only to council, but to, I believe, your neighbors as well. So that's all going to be part of that. The successful places in Bend particularly talked about developing those rules with their neighbors, making and developing that trust and that respect. Trust and respect with the neighbors is what's going to make this thing more successful than anything else. And I think part of it is also, I think some of the motivation behind it is simply the safety of the residents that are going to be there. So, for example, we talk about guns, but what if somebody is violent? Something needs to be done rather immediately, and what would be done to protect the other residents from a person that's violent, whether they use a gun, a knife, a club, a fist, any number of things. Something, those kinds of questions pop up into everybody's mind right off the bat. So, yes, this is about a site-specific, but it's the whole picture. And letting us know what those kinds of things are sooner than later is going to build that trust and on both ways.
We agree.
All right. So I think you've answered my questions, but I encourage you to check with those other nonprofits, and I forget what the names are over in Bend, but in particular, they have a very successful programs over there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we agree. I agree with your statements.
Right,
We are looking forward to building this program with community engagement. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Sean, for your presentation. And I just wanted to point that out. and that some of those answers are not there yet because you will be seeking community input, correct? In order to have those rules and the voice of the community in your project.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
Before I circle back to Council President Gustafson, I have a couple questions. Hi, Sean. How's it going?
I'm doing great.
Great.
Glad to be here.
I'm doing pretty good. So I was wondering, so I read in the packet there's going to be one, like, is there always going to be at least 2 staff on site? Or I read 1, and I'm just kind of concerned.
I'm not
It's like, how
sure.
many, like, is there going to, like, management-wise or overseeing or living?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to. You said in the packet.
I thought I read that in the
Yeah,
proposal.
I did too. So there's supposed to be one
We get a
staff,
packet of all this
24/7.
information.
Yeah, no, I'm not following you.
So is there going to be management 24/7 on the property?
There will be monitoring on the property 24/7. In terms of staffing and how we staff on site, still has to be determined based on living spaces and the renovation. So, again, programmatically, not a question I can answer today. I don't know that I don't think we wrote to 1 staff being on site all the time or 2 staff being on the site all the time. I don't know if that was Brian's comment or the expectation, whatever. So I don't know. Apologize for my lack of preparedness.
Thank you. One of the decision approving the application from the planning director that is now appealed to the city council includes 13 conditions of approval.
Yeah.
The 13th says, quote, "A full-time on-site caretaker shall be present at this facility to monitor behavior and ameliorate any potential impacts on neighboring properties," end quote. So I think it's the reference there in the condition of approval to a full-time on-site caretaker that they're talking about.
Is that what you're referring
Yes.
to, Mayor? Yeah. Full-time will need to be defined carefully for us to be able to make sure we adhere to that. Maybe that's the best way for me to answer that question. Full-time is not defined at this point, and I'm happy to, hear that upon decision.
And is the foundation willing to provide, as a condition of approval, the management plan?
As a condition of approval, well, when we write it, we'll be happy to provide it if that's the desire of the council.
Yeah. I'm going to try to thread this needle. I'm hearing what everyone's saying, and it's probably because I'm a teacher, but like what I'm hearing is, when I come into the classroom on the first day, I have my set of rules, my structures, my routines, because I know how things are going to work. And I don't want to speak for my council, but I'm hearing that we want those structures. And then I also am hearing what you're saying, that when you live in a village and you live in a community, that you also want a section where people have their own self-governance, where they say, hey, this is where our community garden is. This is how we're going to talk to each other. This is how we're going to share these common spaces. I think for me personally, I would feel more comfortable, and I think this is a good project. And I know that this village model with the PSV, like, I've been here for a while, so I get it. But I think that's the missing link for me, is that I would like to see that management plan and then the added layers of community input and the people who live there, like, adding into it. But I want to see, like, hey, we've talked to these people, we've talked to this nonprofits, we have these best practices, like, we're going to lay out this roadmap, this blueprint of structure.
I appreciate that. Maybe the difference is we don't feel I didn't know this was day one. I don't feel like this was day one. So these things don't exist to present to the council because we're not at day one yet. And so we're happy to prepare those things. I'm using your analogy of being in the classroom on day one.
Right. Yeah,
We're
I got it.
in the preparation process for this. Again, this is a siting process that we are engaging based on the city's requirement, and happily so. And all of that work is also dependent on location as well. So we may not be able to site on this location. We may not be able to move ahead with anything based on this decision. So, including hiring and staffing and people that will be contributing to the energy needed to write these documents. So we still feel very early in the process because we're still trying to site and purchase, by the way, a piece of land to do this. So
But you would be So my question is, if that becomes a condition, you feel like that's a reasonable condition of approval?
I don't know that I should have opinion on that.
Okay, so I was just checking. Okay, Council President Gustafson.
Hi, Sean. I just wanted to ask for clarification. People who are looking for housing can be at risk. They're one of our at-risk groups. So I understand safety is very important for them and stability. Is it a true statement? Would you say that basically this village is going to be run like any other neighborhood in the state of Oregon? I mean, we all have, right, law and order. We all have, rules that we can't break. You can't speed. You can't park next to a fire hydrant. No fighting. It's going to be basic rules, just like the rest of us live by. Is that a true statement?
I would agree with that statement. These are people and humans and people that live in Forest Grove, and neighbors is the name that we call the people that we work with. And so I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And so, Sean, being a nurse, and we have patients that often have to be monitored. And so monitoring can come in a couple different ways. We can put someone at the bedside to keep an eye on them, or we can have video monitoring. And so video monitoring, I don't see as an option if that was something that you guys were considering. So just saying, monitoring, like I said, could come in a couple of different ways. So, yeah.
Thanks for your comment.
Councilor Rippey.
So I have a question for staff, and I don't know whether it's appropriate. Do we have another opportunity to ask questions of staff
Yep, we do.
later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you for now, Sean. We may see you later. Does the appellant wish to testify? I don't know who the appellant is. The person who filed the appeal?
The appeal was filed by Mr. Lee Bwelt, I think you pronounced that. I do think he intended to be here tonight.
By who?
Lee Bwelt, I think is the last name. I don't know how you pronounce that, though.
Is that individual here? Okay. So there's no questions of the appellant then. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the application? I have my sign-up sheet here. So we're going to start with proponents, and I would like to ask Ms. Hope Kramer to come and state your name and address for the record, please. Yeah, the hot seat. The hot seat.
Hi, my name's Hope Kramer, and I own a piece of the commercial property that is near the border of this proposed siting. That address is 2133 Douglas Street, Forest Grove. I am here today actually to speak in favor of this because I feel like, are we going to be a community that takes steps towards trying to find solutions to homelessness? Or are we going to be a community that just drags its feet or kicks cans down the road and brushes this off like it's not our problem? Because it really is a community problem. And I think this is a good solution. There are other types of solutions, and I think that the real combined efforts of all of those types of solutions is what's going to get us to a better place towards, lowering homelessness. And I think there's some people that are going to speak against this proposal. And I feel like, we kind of have the same goal as each other, which is to reduce homelessness. I mean, so we probably have more in common than not. But, and this is an application of like checks and balances on a written program. And I think it seems like the applicant is meeting all of those. And I do think it's pretty difficult to require them to show you their entire management plan at a point where they don't have the staff hired or the site to do it. You know, I think there's a lot of best practices out there, and I'm sure they've researched all of that, and I'm sure they will come up with a plan that includes those best practices. But requiring that ahead of time seems like that would be pretty difficult because you're asking for a lot of work that might not even get used if they don't end up getting the piece of land in the end. Anyway, I think that's my majority of what I want to say. I just, you know, see this as a good solution that's part of the overall solution to ending or reducing homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this? I'm going to look over in my Zoom box, maybe. I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so
There's one.
oh, there's one. Nope. Tim?
Oh.
Wait. Going away. Tim, did you want to testify? No, on Zoom.
And more.
I don't see. You see two?
Just this young woman.
Oh, sorry, right here. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm looking at Zoom. It's very hard to run a hybrid meeting. I just like to say, not great.
Hi, my name is Laura Cardwell, 2545 Northwest Creekwood Place, Forest Grove, Oregon. And I want to speak in favor of this plan. I really appreciated Brian's presentation, the city staff, the work that they have done. I understand that there is an appeal. There have been concerns. The city has addressed those. And to me, that's the end of the conversation. The way that the conversation has extended with the council is confusing to me in some ways because both the community and the city have asked nonprofits to address this issue. The city, the county is not providing some of these services, and there is collaboration between the city and these nonprofits. And it seems that with this proposal, the city staff is saying it's meeting all of the requirements and addressing, you know, the appeal, the concerns. And it seems like the conversation, though may be productive just on the topic, is in some ways placing additional obstacles that are not requirements from the city. So I just want to speak in favor. I agree with much of what Hope Kramer just spoke to, but also the way that the conversation has gone tonight. It seems that these are additional things. These are parts of the fuller conversation about some of these issues. But what Brian's presentation to me seemed very clear that the concerns in the appeal have been addressed by the city staff. And so I just want to support, you know, this program and hope that there are not more obstacles put in the way, because I know the community members and the city and the county have all asked nonprofits to participate and put forward programs that people aren't just outside without any management, any community, any avenues to connect with services. So I just want to speak in support of this.
Great, thanks, Laura. Anyone else in the audience in proponents? Okay, I'm going to go to Zoom and it's Jack Coran.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm looking at a larger monitor this way, so I apologize. I do work for Forest Grove Foundation. I'm the food program director at Forest Grove Foundation, so I will say that. and also that I support, obviously, this proposal. What I do want to assure people is that everybody that works at Forest Grove Foundation, our livelihoods are dependent on the success of this project. And we, we have standards that we have to meet for our grantors that will continue to have funding flow. So what we really do need to create something that is like safe and effective and like giving results for the people that are enrolled in the program, because that's the obligation we have to our funding as well as to the community, as well as to our ourselves and keeping roofs over our own heads. So I just want to say, and I've been in this work since 2012 doing food support work specifically, but in the context of like drop-in centers, day centers, programs that have folks like not just sleeping, but trying to resolve their personal challenges with support of peers and staff. So, and I am not the only one with that level of experience at our organization. There's quite a bit of collective experience at our organization, not exactly with pod villages, but definitely working with this population and working to help people move through these processes, especially with like the limited resources that are available. So it's challenging, but we're committed. It's really hard work. Also, I'll acknowledge my work is not super hard, but the frontline interpersonal work is very challenging, and especially wanting so much to help people achieve personal sustainability and self-determination, and there being so few resources to be able to refer people to. So even like there's limited housing, like even if you have all the resources to get housing, right? So like what SHS has done is allowed our participants to compete in the housing market along with everybody else. And it continues to be really challenging. So we're really just trying to provide this like transitional space to stabilize people so we don't lose track of them and so their issues don't compound while they're trying to exit homelessness. And I just really hope you all will give us the opportunity to do that. I've been working in this work in Forest Grove since 2015, since I arrived here. So it's very exciting for me to see this kind of growth and folks being invested in this kind of work and the kind of change we are approaching being able to make if we can say yes. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom who would like to speak in favor of the applicant? Just for the record, there were multiple, I think 4 different letters and emails that I received in favor of this application over the weekend and today. I think 4. There might have been more, but I did receive a number of letters. Okay, I better read the script. Is there any neutral testimony? Any neutral testimony? Seeing none. I skipped one. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the proposal? Any opponents? And I have Mr. Kendall Lee. State your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Kendall Lee, 2420 22nd Avenue, Forest Grove, Oregon. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak on this. I'm just going to kind of go over the main things that I find as a problem here. There's going to be some discrepancies of what I say and what's been said here this evening because of what I was told at Forest Grove Foundation, which has been changed since Forest Grove Foundation. Anyways, but in 2018, a woman was killed by a homeless individual within 100 yards of this complex. Anybody aware of that yet? It really is a big safety thing to me. This woman being murdered by a homeless person in 2018, and it doesn't seem very safe. You know, Dave Kopp expressed to me, his wife is a 911 operator, expressed to me that most of the problems they come into on the MAX and the Primate is from the homeless. Kind of, bring it right down home here. According to the Coin News, camps in Portland are experiencing problems with hypodermic noise, people yelling, dogs barking through the night, and it's a constant source of noise. According to Willamette Weekly, in 2022, the shelters helped 345 people at a tune of $20 million. Each of them essentially is $59,000 a piece. Help these people for 1 year. In Hillsborough, a camp like this was erected and was shut down to the movement of theft. All the appliances were stolen out of it, and of vandalism. Last time I was at Winco, they complained bitterly about amount of shoplifting. that had occurred during while the camp was open. After the site had been established and all the construction is completed, the Forest Grove Foundation, this is what they told us, was going to step away, and who would be left to fit the bill. It's kind of an open object with these people. I don't understand it. Okay, this the expense of who's going to have to take up the expense of the stolen property and the vandalism that has happened, if it does happen. You know, is Forest Grove Foundation going to step back up with more money? From the encampment, as the site, you know, who's going to pay for it? Taxpayers. Along the established restaurant at the corner of 22nd and Douglas is supposed to reopen soon. What type of negative input is this going to have on the people of the restaurant? You know, you want to go to eat someplace and have a bunch of homeless people walking around and looking at you? What about my car? Is my car out there okay? You know, they told us that this encampment was going to be a self-governing encampment. There wasn't going to be people there 24/7. It was going to be they'd come by every once in a while and check it out. This is what we were told.
I'm going to ask you nicely to wrap it up. The 3 minutes. Can you conclude your remarks, please?
Okay. Well, okay. And it's going to, as we have seen by Highway 47, all the contamination, all the garbage and everything that's been out there. 3 dumpsters to clean that up. And what's us to think that that's not going to happen on 22nd? 22nd is a dirt street, the only dirt street in Forest Grove. It's got a cell tower at the end of it. There's no way for EMS to turn around. Well, what are they going to do about that? Let's see.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Sorry, your time's up. Thanks. Thank you.
Wow.
Any other opponents like to testify? Please come up and state your name for the record.
I've done this before. It's exciting.
Welcome.
Eric Knapp. I am 2505 Green Court. I'm in that little row of houses that are right across the trail, right across the railroad tracks from the proposed encampment. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was there in October for their community meeting, and I'm a little bit disappointed that they haven't furthered their plans at all for what they're planning to do as far as governance of this site. I don't need to have a piece of property in order to tell you what the rules are going to be on that property. Whether I have a property in Hillsborough or have a property in Forest Grove that's going to be serving a homeless shelter, I don't have to the rules for what goes on in that property are not dependent on the property itself. And back in October, the whole spiel was, oh yeah, we're going to get the property and then we're going to figure it out as we go along. And that's just not the way that you do that. I'm a project manager. I work in downtown Portland. And if I took a project to one of my bosses with this kind of level of detail to it, I get laughed or fired. Yeah, as I have cameras all over my house, as Mr. Lee had mentioned. There was somebody that was killed soon after we moved here in 2016. We've slowly moved out further and further out, but we set up roots down here in 2016. A few years later, somebody was killed by a transient in that multi-use apartment complex right across. So the optics just aren't good. I mean, I want people to get the help that they need. I want addiction services. I love I was telling my wife, I love the presentation that the DA gave on improving 110. I think that was great. I want people to get the help. But you can't ask me to tank my property value and expect to have somebody have a leap of faith on somebody that doesn't have the experience. I mean, when they in 2018, 2019, when they say that they had experience running a shelter like this, no, it's not like for like. 2018, 2019, their budget was like in the hundreds of thousands. They've got grants now; they're in the millions. So this is completely different from whatever experience they have had in the past. And they've brought in people from some of the camps in Portland, which is, okay, great. But the problem is in the camps in Portland, it's not the camp that's the problem, it's the surrounding community that ends up bearing the problem. The people inside the camp, are they following the rules? Cool. Is there sobriety required in there? Cool, that's great. But once they get kicked out, or maybe there's people that don't want to follow the rules, that's where they start camping out around or spreading out into the community that's immediately surrounding the encampment. And I just don't, I mean, the Forest Grove PD has been great. I've called a few times the non-emergency number over the years about encampments that are popping up on the railroad track, because my office in my house looks right out onto those railroad tracks. And I see them start putting up an encampment, and Forest Grove PD has been great on top of that. But that unpaved road is a perfect place to park a dozen, big old campers. And the railroad track is a great place for camping when you get kicked out of the community, whenever they decide on what the rules might be for that community. I'm not a NIMBY person. I'm not coming at this from a not in my backyard. It is in my backyard, but I would feel a heck of a lot better about it if there was some kind of assurance, of some kind of rules, rather than we'll figure it out as we go along.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other opponents wish to testify? Okay, just checking online. Seeing none, does the applicant want to provide any rebuttal?
I'll just bring up in case there's any questions from the council. This was the intention at the time as well. This is program manager, Michelle Lucas, architect, and Todd Village expert, Todd Ferry. First, I'd like to address, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought because of a thing the gentleman just said. I'll have to think about it, but I was going to offer Michelle an opportunity to rebut any of the programmatic aspects that she would like to mention.
Sure. Hi, Counselor. So some of the challenges with programming and the reason that we don't have it all figured out is because we have ideas of what we'd like to do. We have ideas of information that we've learned from other pod villages, from other providers that are working in this field, and we are solidifying them. What do we want that to look like? What do we think is in the best interest of the community, and what's in the best interest of the people that are staying at the pod village? What will intake look like? Will we modify it a little bit because we see attrition and failures at other shelters that have certain rules that look a certain way, and that's actually leading to people returning to homelessness versus actually being able to be successful? Our county system works really well for some people. It doesn't work really well for others. And so our hope is to be able to bring another approach, another avenue, another way for folks to go from being outside to having support while they're learning how to be a good neighbor, while they're learning how to have life skills that are going to help benefit their future and help make them functioning, happy members of a society where they can be community members that people won't even know that they were homeless at some point in their life, that they experience this level of challenge. And so we do have some things written up. We do have some plans and some hope for what we want it to look like, but we don't want to overpromise. We don't want to say, this is exactly what we're going to do and then change the narrative later. So we're just trying to make sure that we are meeting the requirements of the siting of the space, and that we are taking each step as it comes, but it shouldn't be interpreted as we're not paying attention to the big important things, just that we aren't ready to share all of that yet, and we're trying to solidify those things as we move forward.
Hi, thank you all for this conversation today. So I'm Todd Ferry. I'm an architect, I'm a professor, I'm the Associate Director of Portland State's Center for Public Interest Design. In that capacity, I've helped lead the design on several pod villages, including notably the Kenton Women's Village and the Clackamas County Veterans. And then I'm a co-founder of PSU's Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative. And in that role, have worked with collaborators to study these villages, wanting to know, do they work? What are best practices? How can we improve them? And so, as you've mentioned, there's a lot to lean on in terms of best practices. How do we improve them? And importantly, there are service providers to connect with the Forest Grove Foundation to make sure that there is advising happening. And I think that there's going to be a really important step that's been alluded to is when there is the chance to hire staff to be able to work directly, Forest Grove Foundation staff who would manage the village to work directly with other village managers to learn these best practices and start to implement them in ways that are appropriate to this place with input from the specific neighborhood, specific community. What we've seen is that they have tremendous impact. Villages are places where people can heal. They have really great rates of transition to permanent housing and staying in permanent housing. So just a note to say that I'm really excited to help support this project. I'm excited for Forest Grove. I've seen other communities go through a process of concern and come out real champions and really kind of love and embrace the village as part of their community. So this is all to say that I'm happy to continue to advise, but hopefully that's a little.
The specific rebuttal that I was thinking about was the concern about other campers, other people living outside and camping around that. You guys have already made a time, place, and manner decision, and I would just encourage that we have no say in how that gets implemented exactly at this point. So should not be an issue for the neighborhood or for our location if the city runs their time, place, and manner ordinance appropriately. In terms of, there was another question about leadership at the Forest Grove Foundation not being from Forest Grove. Not true, our entire board is from Forest Grove. Most of our staff are from Forest Grove or surrounding areas, including Cornelius, Hillsborough, Linville. Our friend Todd is a consultant and not employee and is the only representative outside of Washington County, or outside of this general area that's advising us on this at this time. So just wanted to address some of those as rebuttal. Unpaved road, I'd love for that road to be paved. Period.
Well played.
What's that?
I said well played, Sean.
Yeah. Any other questions? Happy. There's, I'm sure, a number of things other than that, but again, I appreciate Brian and staff's process for approval.
Thank you. So at this point, it says, does staff have any comments in response to the testimony, and does the council have any questions for staff? And based on public comment, I would love it if Brian could explain conditions of approval, because I think there's I was getting this vibe that when we're saying, hey, we want to see the management plan. Anyways, if you could just explain the conditions of approval.
Can we leave?
Yeah, you can.
No.
You can, yeah. You can do whatever.
Stay in the hot.
If you can just explain how that whole process works, because in the last 2 hearings we've had this month, there's this, I feel like, a little bit of a misunderstanding that these things have to be met before someone can even apply, which is not how it works. So if we could educate everyone, that would be great.
So with respect to the conditions of approval, if you look in the staff report on pages 8 and 9, you'll see the 13 conditions of approval. What these are generally reflective of are when we first get an application, before we even send it out for public notice, we will typically send this to other relevant city agencies or other outside agencies if needed. This can include parks, fire, police, public works, and indeed that's who received the first round of notices, was sort of to comment on this application. Those comments that came back specified these certain sorts of things that they want to see happen on this site in order to protect the public health and safety, if you will. And so those conditions of approval are directly reflective of the comments received from other agencies. Additionally, specifically condition number 13, which is the full-time on-site caretaker, that really came out of the filing from the Forest Grove Foundation. I'm not sure what it is in your packet, but it's their response to criterion F, which is that no unreasonable or any unreasonable risk to public health and safety, in which they specified a full-time on-site caretaker to be present at the site. We did not parse down what exactly full-time means, and I think that we can, if you would like to get more into that, certainly the applicant can come back up and address that question per se. But that was directly out of their submittal to us. Everything else was additional agency comments.
Okay, before I ask my specific question, the time is 9:54, and I need to ask for a motion to extend the council meeting. We're supposed to end at 9:30. Is there a motion to extend this council meeting?
Regrettably, I make the motion to extend the council meeting.
I second.
Thank you. The motion was made by Councilor Rippey, seconded by Councilor Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say aye. I didn't hear anyone online, but I'm going to go with a 6-0 consensus. So my specific question is, if we add, so what I just want to clarify, the management plan would be a condition that once it's, I mean, I feel like that we're all saying the same thing. Like, the foundation's going to have a plan. Like, we just want to make sure they have the plan before they, like, that would be like when they open, right? Like, what's the timeline for these conditions of approval? Like, does my question make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, and for people who are new to the process, like you said, Bear, this is the second or third one of these you've had this month. What was it? The Browns Farm, yeah. There are a bunch of conditions of approval for that, where there are standards in the law that a person has to meet in order to get their application approved. In that context, like Browns Farm, you could have something that says, well, the site has to be connected to a public sewer. So you would see a condition of approval that says you've got to have an 8-inch sewer line that connects to the public sewer at this intersection. That ensures the criterion is met, the standard is met. Here the standard is the pod village can't present an unreasonable risk to public health and safety. And so we have conditions from the fire department, for example, that there has to be, I think what they call it, Knox lock or something. They have to be able to, in the event of a fire, they have to be able to access the site. Clearly connected to public health and safety. So you can include in this application any conditions of approval you think are necessary to ensure that this proposal will not present an unreasonable risk to public health and safety. If that requires a management plan, you can require a management plan prior to opening the facility to guests, or within 30 days of opening the facilities to guests, or, whatever. You could specify what has to be in the management plan. It gets a little tough to write them up if you start getting too specific, but if you think a management plan is necessary to ensure compliance with a public health and safety standard, then you can attach it to this permit, to this application.
I have one follow-up question. Do any of you know how many pod villages have management plans?
I don't, to be honest with you. It may depend on how you define a management plan or operating rules for residents, operating rules. I don't know what the term of art would be or within the industry.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for staff?
Yes, the question I had was, so it was alluded to that this was a permit for a site. But my understanding is that an approval of this or a denial of the appeal is not just for the site, but also for the operation of it. So it's not a one step and then another step later on. It's tonight.
Correct.
Yeah. So
that's correct.
So the questions with regard to the operational aspect or the programmatic aspect are entirely within the purview of council.
That's correct. This is an application to conduct a particular activity at that location.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure that that was clear to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Any other comments or questions of staff? Okay, I will now close the record. And I will now turn it over to the council for discussion. Councillor Ewing.
Thank you. So just for clarity, I wanted to say that questions from the council are not obstacles, in my opinion. When we have questions regarding an application, regarding a program, those to me are not obstacles. Those are concerns that we as a council are relaying to the applicant. So I want that to be really clear that it is our due diligence, my due diligence as a counselor, to make sure that safety and health are specifically addressed and those concerns that our citizens and community members are having are addressed. And since this is our one opportunity to do that, I really feel that we have to have more operational information. I don't care whether it's the Forest Grove Foundation. I don't care if it's community action. We would expect to have some type of format laid out for us for these basic questions. What are the rules going to be? Under what conditions would a person be considered not safe to be in the pod? Those are basic things. And I'd like to mention that I've worked in homelessness, housing, and poverty for decades. And I have never seen a program come in that doesn't have those basic answers. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go next. Well, I appreciate Sean bringing up time, place, and manner, because some of those concerns that is about time, place, and manner, there will not be, based on our time, place, and manner, there will be no public camping. And I think it was Mr. Knapp too who said that enforcement of time, place, and manner has been going well with our police department. Like people reporting, those are going. I think this is a good project. I think it's small I think it's the right size for Forest Grove. I think the location, I think it meets the needs. It shows the county we're doing our part. Me personally, and I'm gonna agree with Councilor Ewing and kind of push back. The management plan, I'm not trying to create more obstacles in servicing people. I want it to be successful. We have a due diligence as a council to listen. If someone appeals it and we go through this process, it might seem tedious and that we're being whatever, but I think that I would hope that the goal of the foundation is to have a management plan within 30 days of opening. So to me, my discussion piece is I would like to move forward with this. I would like to deny the appeal, but I would like to have a condition added that within a certain amount of time, the management plan is submitted or complete. I don't know exactly how to word that, but I do think it's close to services. I do like the pods are homes. I like I like that. The management isn't what the community decides their livability is. That's creating your own community. It's just how it's going to be managed from the foundation standpoint and partnering with the city of Forest Grove and with the police department. So, or without the police department, right? Hopefully. So that's my 2 cents. Council President Gustafson.
Try to unmute myself. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the only concern that I really have is the 2 years experience. But at the same time, this group sounds like they're doing their due diligence to get information from people that have run exactly what it is that they're trying to build. It's not like they have no experience, but maybe they haven't run exactly this sort of operation before. But it doesn't mean they don't have experience. And the only way you get experience is to get experience. So it makes it really difficult for people who are trying to bring something new to Forest Grove. If we insist that they have done it exactly as they would like to do it now. As far as the management plan, I can't imagine anybody having number one. I don't see anything on the packet, and maybe I just missed it, that says that there were going to be questions about a management plan and that they were expected to bring information about a management plan. We did not give them the tools in their toolbox to come prepared for that question. So it's not really, it's not fair for us to expect it today if that's what we were wanting. On top of that, they're applying for to get this property, right? So you don't, step one, build a full plan, and then step two, look for the property, right? These things are happening together. And that management plan that they have, if it's anything like any of management plans that I've had before, or even our emergency management plan, it's a live document. It gets adjusted. I'm absolutely in support of this. They're going to follow the rules like every other neighborhood does. Our time, place, and manner has been successful. They've got good partnerships. They have listened to the community and the council on other instances of trying to get this up. And I think that I think this is a good compromise. I think it's a good plan. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any other counselors? Counselor Martinez.
So I agree with Councilor Ewing that there should be a more solid management plan for this. And you can't put a village like this together without 24/7 management on site. You're going to have another CHOPS zone is what you're going to have, because somebody's going to take control and leadership of that area. You can't allow that. Yeah, that and some sort of management plan. I mean, if there's 2 years experience, then there should be really solid ideas of what and how they're going to keep control.
Counselor Rippey.
Thank you. I think I agree with the condition with regard to having some sort of a management plan in place prior to their opening the doors. I think that's a reasonable request, given given all the discussion with regard to doing one step first and then the other stuff. Processes aren't necessarily linear, and so you have to be flexible to be able to adapt to the different demands that are being put on you. The other, though, I'd like to also add a condition with regard to the length. I think there needs to be a stated condition of reviewing the whole permit after a set time frame. So, because we talk about the facility, the pods themselves are temporary. We get that. That's stated, but whether or not the housing itself, the residents are supposed to work through a process to get into permanent housing. That's temporary. But the question to me is whether or not the site is intended to be there for a decade or 2 decades or whatever. But that's almost the reason for why I'm suggesting a review is simply to make sure that we have a responsibility to ensure that it's working. It's working according to plan. And if it's not, then we need to be able to say, we're not going to renew the permit. I just think that's a responsibility we have to the community.
Can we ask staff questions right now, or no? is that something that the city can even do under
Yes,
339? Yeah.
yes.
So I would also then make a suggestion that we have a condition of, and review the permit after 3 years.
I would push back to at least 5.
I think we have to do it. We need to be able to manage it sooner. We can't wait.
We could
if
renew
it's
it
going to.
afterwards for 5 years, but I think I
Yeah.
agree. Sooner, 3 years is still sufficient time to know whether or not the program is actually working.
3 years from, well, I'm going to let count, well, let me, 3
Don't
years.
forget that we're also having millions of dollars being invested by the county into the whole program. And we don't know how that's going to work out. So we're not going to say, I am not going to say there's not going to be any homelessness. We know that that's going to exist, but what are those programs going to look like? In other words, are there going to need to be modifications done to what it is we are providing in Forest Grove?
Counselor Ewing.
Yes, thank you. I agree as well. I would like to see a plan in place. I'd like to see it upon opening. I think that if you're 30 days into it, you've got issues that perhaps are not being addressed. And I'm not a real seat of the pants type of person. I've met with Sean, I've met with Brian, I've met with many people from the foundation over the years. This concept is years old for the village. And again, I must really emphasize there should be some sort of answers to our questions. Answers like 24/7 to me requires somebody who is a full-time manager. To me, to say, oh, well, we don't know what full-time looks like. Well, it's 24/7. So you need to have probably 2 managers so that the shift can be split. Those are things that are basic operational for any type of program you're putting together. So yes, I would like to see it upon opening. I also agree. I want to be able to look at this again as a council to make sure that things are being followed, that there isn't concerns in the community that aren't being addressed. I kind of think 3 years is too much. I think yearly, I would like to know what they're doing, what their outcomes are, and be able to discuss whether we as a council feel that they're meeting their goals and meeting what they told us. Thank you.
Council President Gustafson.
Hi, I don't know how much we're able to do. I know we talked about like the 3 years to come back and talk about it later, and I 3 years is plenty of time. I think to kind of look at things to make sure everything's working as it was expected. But I also agree with Councilor Ewing. I see nothing wrong with asking for an annual report, and that would mean a police report. You know, what calls happened there? What did that look like? Fire report. You know, health and safety, just the basic stuff. I absolutely believe that management plan should be in place before they accept their first client. So that management plan needs to be completed by then. And I mean, it may change. I assume it's going to change. And I assume that's why they didn't really want to talk about it at this meeting, just in their defense, because anything they say, they're going to have to be held to when they don't really even have the property yet. So it makes it difficult. But I do agree they need to have that management plan in place when they start. As far as I have a really hard time with this because homelessness is not far from our family, right? As far as, there's a history of being homeless in this family. And so I get it. I don't think we should be managing people just because they happen to not have a place to live, managing them more than we would anyone else. You know, the rules are the same, you know. But at the same time, it's a high risk group. Safety is important. And I think to benefit everybody, including the residents of this village, having an on-site village manager is important to public safety, their own included. I'm not sure if we can request that, but I think it would be an important thing to have. That's it.
Yeah, I think I just want to clarify that, like, when I'm speaking of a management plan, I think it's an operational management plan. I'm not trying to manage people that are living in their communities. I just want to plan by the people who are going to serve those communities, or that community, right? Like, hey, we're doing this with this goal. This is how we're going to do it. This is, I don't know the structures. I just want to make
Just
that
to
clear.
clarify, Miss Mayor, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't think that's where you were going.
Okay, just checking.
I totally got what you were saying. Yeah.
Okay. So, any other discussion? Councilor Valenzuela, did you have anything you wanted to add, or?
No, not at this moment. I mean, the comments, I think, are accurate, are reasonable to have that request.
Elena, you're not muted. Got it. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
To have that request of an operational plan. And I am certain that they will be able to provide that. But I also see that they have probably seen the failure of other pod villages, like the one in Hillsborough, that turned out to be a disaster. And they don't want to, do that. So I am certain that this is a good project and that we're looking forward to the management plan.
Thank you. So I will now, if there's no further discussion, entertain a motion. If you look at your packet, or if you want to borrow my script, there are 3 different options for motions. Councilor Valenzuela.
Just very quickly, I want to tell the community that I do live by the railroad. It is my neighborhood.
Thank you. It's in the packet. It says appeal hearing script. It's on the side.
Madam Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
Yes. So
the decision that's on appeal includes those 13 conditions of approval. If there are council members who feel they want to deny the appeal and approve the application, but would like to see additional conditions of approval added, perhaps we could have individual motions on conditions of approval to add those, and then you could approve the decision with those new conditions.
Okay, so would we first need a motion
to add a condition to the fire management plan, to add a 3-year expiration date, to whatever conditions you think are appropriate. And then once we have the conditions of approval settled, you can approve or deny the whole package.
Got it. Thank you, Mr.
So I'll start. I'll make a motion to add a condition that stipulates a 3-year expiration date to the permit, pending, review, something like that.
Yeah, if this motion is seconded and approved, it would say something like, this approval expires 3 years from the date of approval unless renewed by the city.
All right, sounds good to me.
We need a second.
Need a second. Okay.
So I'll second it, Councilor Ewing.
So Councilor Rippey made a motion that if this application is approved, it would expire in 3 years unless there was a renewal. And Councilor Ewing seconded it. Discussion? Any discussion? Council President Gustafson.
So if we're saying that we're going to look back at it in 3 years, I think that we need to have something in there that says what it is we're looking for, because that leaves them open to, we don't like it, get rid of it. They need to feel confident that we are very clear in what the expectations are when that 3-year deadline comes on, so they know what it is, so that they can mitigate anything that may be off. That makes sense?
Yeah, but I'm just going to shoot from the hip and say that this is legislation, right? That creates criteria for which they're supposed to meet, and that would be the criteria that we look at, right? In order for it, because it's part of a house, I mean, right?
It would be the same criteria.
It's the same criteria
Same
that.
criteria, right.
Okay, I understand. Yep, as long as we have that and that's what we're using, that's fine.
Cool. Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Councilor Rippey?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
No. The motion passes with a 5-1 vote. Okay, Councilor Ewing, you have your hand raised.
So now I'm asking our attorney, can we put in our next stipulation?
Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm not the city attorney.
Since this one has been accepted, been added to the conditions of approval, are we now able to add our condition of an operational plan
You can,
as the next item?
yes, you can add additional conditions by motion.
Just need to make it a motion.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we, my brain, it's getting late. I'd like to make a motion that it just left my brain. I'm sorry. Tim, help me out here. What was the second one that we decided on? Oh, operational plan. I'd like to make a motion that there be an operation plan submitted to the council prior to the village receiving residents.
Second.
Who seconded that? Council President Gustafson, thanks. Okay, so the motion was made.
Nope, it was
Councilor
not by me.
Valenzuela.
It sounded like
You steered me wrong. Okay, it's okay. Councilor Ewing made a motion to place a condition that the foundation's operational plan be shared with the city prior to occupants moving in, and it was seconded by Councilor Valenzuela. Discussion? I think we already discussed it. Okay, will the city recorder please call for a roll call vote?
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing? Sorry, Councilor Rippey?
I came up so quick.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ewing, yes.
Councilor Martinez?
yes.
Councilor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. The motion is approved by the Forest Grove City Council on a 6-0 vote. Okay, so now, are there any other conditions or motions? Councilor Ewing?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we have the foundation provide a yearly report on safety and health, whether they do it in coordination with the police. I would like to know that there are actually no incidences of gun use, those types of things. So I would like to see a report from the foundation on a yearly basis that lays out the public safety and health issues. That's my motion, basically.
Okay.
I'd like to see a review from the foundation yearly to provide safety and health data.
I'll second.
It was a motion from Councilor Ewing and a second by Councilor Martinez. Council discussion. I'm going to start. I'm not in favor of this motion because we have access to that information. right? It's our police department. We're a full service city. So we can access those records. We can have the police, like, I mean, I'm going to push back a little bit. Like, I want the foundation to manage their community and to help in this area because that's their skill set. That's what they're doing. I don't want to make so many, I'll just be honest, I feel like it's micromanaging. I don't want to micromanage them to a point where they're doing so much paperwork with information we could have that they're not servicing people. So that's just my words for whatever the value. Any other discussion? No, it's not. It's a council discussion at this point. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
I guess I'm concerned about asking this as well. I don't see us asking for this kind of data with regard to any other neighborhoods in town. So to isolate one particular area, I think the mayor is correct. We can get the information from the police department and the fire department if it's necessary.
I agree with that.
Doesn't make sense.
Council President Gustafson.
I would be fine with that. I still would like to know, I'd still like a report from them. I would be interested in knowing their success story, right? Or what they have found. You know, this doesn't work, so we're doing this. This is important stuff for the council to know and for the community to hear. And I'd also like to just remind the council that we're micromanaging these people out of the gate. You know, why are we even here doing this? We're micromanaging them, making them go through this process in order to buy some land. So come on, it's already micromanaging.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. I just think the difference is in the past, in my tenure on council, when we want updates from nonprofits, we invite them to present. I think that the city staff and the council has really worked on creating a timeline and a schedule where we invite our state reps, we invite our metro councilor. Like, we're inviting these key partners to present and tell us their stories. I like doing it that way. I like it being a presentation, an invitation, a collaboration. That I think we already do that, is what I'm saying. I think we already have built in this process, so we don't need to make a condition of a yearly annual report. Any further comments? I don't know where this is going to go, so let's do a roll call vote, please.
Council President Gustafson?
No.
Councilor Rippey?
No.
Councilor Martinez?
Yeah, no.
Councilor Valenzuela?
No.
Councilor Ewing?
No.
Mayor Wenzel?
Thank you for your input, guys.
No. The motion fails in a vote of 0-6. Yeah. Is that how you do a failing vote? I've never had one of those. Sorry. Just a little FYI. Okay. So any other motions, conditions? If there are not any, then I would entertain a motion from council.
I make a motion that we deny the appeal, approve the applicant's permit with the conditions that have been stated by both staff and council.
I second Councilor Valenzuela.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to close the gap. I'm going to close the hearing. The council has reached a decision, and the hearing is closed. Wait, I gavelled too soon. Do I have to do anything different? Did I forget to vote?
Was there a vote?
Yeah, you got to vote.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Gotta vote. Right at the finish line.
Oh, and we still have two other things on the agenda. I'm really, really sorry. Oh my goodness. Okay. Do I have to gavel to reopen? Okay, it's reopened, and we could have a roll call vote. That would be great. And I apologize.
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Councilor Rippey?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. So is this the public hearing appeal of director's approval of emergency shelter using 12 to 6? Do you have to read it by title only? No. Sleeping pods at 2,500 22nd Avenue has unanimously passed the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. All right.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you for all the public comments, the testimony, for staying here the whole time. We still have more. You don't have to leave. There's still 2 things on the agenda. Okay, so we're going to go to item F4, which is the council president elections, and I'm going to turn that over to City Recorder Mariah Woods. I'm going to give them all.
So I think this is pretty straightforward. The city charter says that the council will elect a new council president at the first meeting of each year. Due to staff error, we did miss that deadline, but you guys moved it to this meeting. I have blank sheets of paper for everyone to write their votes on. The rules do say that the votes all have to be revealed at the same time. Since we do have a lot of the counselors that are on Zoom, we're just gonna have everyone flash their cards. I guess we'll do like a countdown.
Okay. Per council rule section 2.4, the election process must follow Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the following nominations and election process applies. The presiding officer announces the opening of nominations at the appointed time. Did you already say all this stuff? Right. Recognition of the presiding officer is not required to make a nomination. Each counselor may nominate themselves or a fellow counselor. The nominated counselor may accept or decline the nomination. If accepted, the nomination goes on the attached ballot. If declined, the nomination does not go on the ballot. A nomination does not require a second. All nominations are placed on the ballot unless declined by the nominees. When no further nominations are offered, the presiding officer closes nominations. Councilor Ewing.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Councillor Tim Rippey for the council president position. As you all know, I am a real firm believer in having backups and people cross-trained. I would like to put him forward for council president. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then you'll just need to accept or...
Oh, you need to accept or decline?
I'll accept.
Thank you. He accepted.
Begrudgingly.
You get to hear the Eeyore in his voice? Okay, do I wait just a while, or are there any other nominations? Well, Tim, there's no one else on the ballot. Are there, just to double check, there's no other, if there's only one nomination, we don't vote, right?
Well, then
There's
you
no vote.
I think you close the nominations.
Oh, I'm closing the nominations. I'm remembering to ask people to vote. Okay, so I close the nominations.
And then I think the motion would be on resolution 2024-02, and you would fill in the blank, electing.
All right,
the
so then we
nominee.
need a motion. So I must, okay, so I'm, hang on, I'm gonna pass it over to Karen. I'm gonna fill it in. Okay. You don't,
Oh, I gotta put my glasses on. Oh, which one? Just this one? Yeah. So I move to approve resolution number 2024-02, electing Tim Rippey as city council president. The motion must be second. Oh,
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, so Councilor Martinez moved Councilor Rippey as council president, and it was seconded by, I heard Councilor Gustafson say second. Do you need to read that? Is there any discussion? I think that Tim's going to make a great council president. Can you read it by title only, City Manager?
Resolution number 2024-02, resolution electing city council president.
Great. So, now do I do discussion? I'm way off. Anyways, is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same signal. Hearing none. Resolution I don't even know what resolution.
2024-02.
Yeah.
Yep. Is approved by the Forest Grove City Council. Okay, item F5.
F5.
There is more.
There is more.
And I'm going to turn this over to Jesse because I don't know who to turn it over to.
So resolution F5, agenda item F5 was the addition of resolution number 2024-03. The draft of that resolution was included in your packet. Resolution 2024-03 is approving a letter of support for the Forest Grove City Club's application for an affiliate membership in the Oregon State Parks Main Street program. The attached letter is on behalf of the City Council and would be approved as an attachment to the resolution. So I think in this particular case, Mayor, it would be a call for a motion to approve resolution number 2024-03, and then I would read it by title only after a second.
I move that we approve resolution 2024-03.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. It was resolution number 2024-03 was moved by Councilor Rippey, seconded by Councilor Ewing. Council discussion. Councilor Gustafson.
I'm recusing myself from the discussion and any vote.
Thank you. Just for the record, it's a perceived, not an actual conflict. Okay, any discussion? Just for the audience purpose and transparency, this was a work session that happened prior to council in the City Club. And I think it's just great. I just want to say, I know it's really late, but I need to go on record saying that it is really, really amazing and awesome to have two nonprofits collaborating together for the economic development of our downtown area. And I'm really excited about it. So shout out to both City Club and to the Chamber. Okay. All those in favor of wait, did you already read it by title only? Yes. No.
No, I haven't yet, but
Can you read it by title only, please?
Resolution number 2024-03, approving a letter of support for the Forest Grove City Club's application for affiliate membership in the Oregon State Parks Main Street program.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none. The resolution number 2024-03 is approved in a 5-0 vote from the Forest Grove City Council. So item G is council communications. It is 10:36. Do you guys want to end the meeting now? Is there, Donna? Or sorry, council.
I move to end the meeting now.
Okay.
Well, I'd recommend if there's anybody that has some, because we didn't do this last time. So if there's anybody that has anything that's important that the rest of us know, otherwise, let's.
Yeah, I want to say 2 or 3 things. The state of the city for Hillsborough State of the City is next week, Tuesday, January 31st. If you can attend, they put on a very nice show. And I want to give a shout out to Forest Grove Light and Power, who partnered with PGE and down in Springfield to help with public utilities. So those are just my little things. Sorry, that's all I got. Okay, anyone else? Okay, with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thanks, Chris, for